Chapter 1082. After thanking him, Klein immediately gave up his control of Vin Rambus, preventing him from maintaining his marionette state. Hence, this spectator pathway demigod collapsed to the ground and became a corpse. Ariana lowered her head to take a look, and the darkness in her eyes deepened. Vin Rambis's corpse was instantly erased inch by inch like a pencil drawing, leaving only the icy blue metal cylinder. Then, specks of light seeped out of the void and quickly gathered together to form a strange object. It was the size of a fist and looked like a heart, but its surface was covered in grayish-white wrinkles, making it look like a different kind of brain. And on every wrinkle, countless symbols and strange patterns extended out, penetrating the surroundings and connecting to a certain world that beyonders of other pathways couldn't see. This was the beyonder characteristic left behind by a manipulator. Ariana quickly extracted Vin Rambis's beyonder characteristic through concealment and reverse concealment. Klein was taken aback for a second before coming to a realization. At this moment, Ariana said with a calm expression, "The spiritual imprints inside have all been removed." "Thank you, Madame Ariana." Klein was not surprised at all. He bowed as if he was prepared for it. He had decisively abandoned his marionette because he foresaw that something similar would happen. In fact, his original plan was to get Vin Rambus above the gray fog in his marionette state and get him to use the unshadowed crucifix to slowly separate out the manipulator, dreamwalker, hypnotist, and other beyonder characteristics. This way, not only would Miss Justice not have to worry about where to buy the ingredients before she became a demigod, even her beyonder dog would have a chance of advancing. Previously, Audrey had mentioned to Dawn Dantes that Susie had played second fiddle to her escape from Vin Rambis's control. But later, Klein considered that bringing Vin Rambus above the gray fog definitely couldn't be done in the concealed world under Ariana's watch. That would directly expose the fact that he was the fool. And once he left, no matter where he teleported to, Adam might discover Vin Rambis's existence. In that case, directly abandoning the marionette in front of Ariana was undoubtedly a better choice. At the very least, this angel had a high chance of helping Klein remove the spiritual imprint in the beyonder characteristic. And this didn't affect Klein's original plan. He could easily find some ingredients and turn Vin Rambis's beyonder characteristic into a problematic potion. Then, he could pour it onto an ordinary item, allowing it to mutate after absorbing the potion. After obtaining such a sealed artifact, he could tie the unshadowed crucifix to it and grasp the timing. Then, he could make the corresponding beyonder characteristic appear. Slowly. As for the spiritual corruption produced during the process, there was no need to worry. The unshadowed crucifix could similarly purify it. Seeing Klein pick up Vin Rambis's beyonder characteristic, but unable to stuff it into the iron cigar case, all he could do was randomly stuff it into his pocket. Ariana cast her gaze at the icy blue metal cylinder and said unhurriedly, "It comes from the cosmos. It's best you don't use it. Even try not to carry it with you. Otherwise, a gaze will be cast on you, causing you to be unknowingly corrupted and suffer from abnormalities." From the cosmos? This description sounded familiar to Klein. Soon, he recalled the source of the familiarity. This originated from Yellow Light Venethon's prophecy of the apocalypse recorded in the House of Abraham's sites in the spirit world. The gaze will be cast from the cosmos. The land will be torn apart, and everything in the world will cease to exist. Apocalypse. The origins of this sealed artifact are related to the origins of the apocalypse? What does the cosmos represent here? What does it have to do with the astral world? A series of questions formed in Klein's mind, making his expression turn solemn. Faced with his question, Ariana nodded slightly. "Yes, the starry sky. Is it the starry sky above our heads?" Klein pointed at the dark night sky with the giant crimson moon. "Yes." Ariana gave an affirmative answer, but did not further explain. Klein thought for a moment and asked again, There are many malicious existences there, existences that seek to destroy this world? Ariana's gaze swept across his face and finally stopped at his eyes. I can't give you an answer. For some things, the more you know, the easier it is to be infected. Both your body and soul will be infected. When you become an angel, you can explore the specific answer. The more you know, the easier it is to be infected. Klein felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't asked Rhodes about the sealed artifacts Vin Rambus possessed, afraid that he would leave behind traces that would be discovered by Adam. Against such a king of angels, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Seeing that Ariana wasn't going to reveal anything, Klein pointed at the ice-blue metal cylinder. What should I do with this item? The description of the ascetic leader made him a little afraid of bringing the sealed artifact above the gray fog to disinfect it. Ariana calmly said, My suggestion is to sacrifice it to the goddess. My suggestion is to sacrifice it to the goddess. Combine it with your previous contributions and exchange it for what you want. Klein nodded slightly. I understand. After expressing his gratitude again, Ariana's figure was quickly wiped away, disappearing from the abnormally huge dark garden under the crimson moon. And this hidden world didn't collapse just like that. Klein watched silently for a few seconds before taking out the candles and other ritual items he carried with him in thought. He quickly set up an altar and sacrificed the ice-blue metal cylinder to the Evernight goddess. At the end of the ritual, the ashes of the herbs and the surrounding soil rose up amidst the howling winds, landing on an empty spot on the altar. The ashes and soil were connected to each other, forming words. Sequence 3, Scholar of your main ingredients, a pair of eyes of a hound of Fulgrim, also known as a Sapphira Castle Keeper, a demonic wolf of Fog's heart. Supplementary ingredients, 100 milliliters of Hound of Fulgrim's blood, 30 grams of demonic wolf of Fog's white frost crystal, a large number of real ancient historical records, advancement ritual, completely separate from reality for at least 300 years. Consume the potion after becoming history and not belonging to the present era. This. Klein couldn't help but blink, suspecting that he had misread the description. The description of not belonging to the present era made him think of one of his honorific names. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. I've been hung on that strange door of light for more than 300 years. In a sense, have I already completed the ritual and am just waiting to consume the potion? The mysterious space above the gray fog is really closely related to the seer pathway. Could it be a manifestation of the uniqueness? Klein was instantly delighted and solemn. This was because he didn't know what price such a gift had. Phew, I really want to jump to a neighboring pathway at the step of becoming an angel and not follow the planned path. To other bizarro sorcerers, the greatest difficulty in this advancement ritual is likely to be how to live past 300 years. After all, this isn't a pathway that's famous for its long lifespans. Also, being separated from reality for 300 years can easily make a person go crazy. To a bizarro sorcerer who's at the forefront of having a split personality, the danger of losing control isn't too small. Klein looked at the scholar of your potion formula as thoughts flashed through his mind. After an unknown period of time, he ended the ritual and put away the corresponding items. As he walked out of the garden, the gigantic crimson moon and the pitch-black night sky faded away, disappearing inch by inch. Then, he saw the flowers that belonged to autumn. He saw the sunlight that scattered over them, and he saw the blonde girl waiting between the house and the garden. Audrey's eyes revealed a look of joy as the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Klein nodded at her as his figure was suddenly enveloped by scarlet flames. Elsewhere in the garden, there were also flames soaring into the sky, but it wasn't obvious. By the time the flames dissipated, German Sparrow's figure was nowhere to be seen. The remnant crimson moon and the night sky had also completely vanished. Audrey fell into a daze for a few seconds before retracting her gaze in thought and entering Viscount Glaint's mansion. When she left with Susie and her servants in a carriage, and returned to her own home, she had a chance to be alone. As expected, she received an invitation from the world to meet. Above the grey fog inside the palace, Audrey looked at the world, German Sparrow, and asked in a less urgent manner, "What's Vin Rambise's true goal?" She had long known from German Sparrow's calm behavior that Vin Rambis had been dealt with. Klein answered frankly, "That's right. Firstly, it's to investigate if there's a mastermind behind Zio and Furz's actions. Secondly, in the process of the princes showing their closeness to the Earl Hall's family, they'll hint to you so that you won't be a hindrance. This is essentially a division of the three churches." Audrey and Mr. World had already discussed this matter, so there was no need for her to seek additional explanations. Then, why did a demigod like Vin Rambis come to me personally? Klein smiled. Therefore, it's best to directly get a demigod to do it. As for you, you know Vin Rambis and have interacted with him before, so you should be the least guarded against him. To fool the guards arranged by Earl Hall and hypnotize a hypnotist without causing any additional commotion, a Sequence 5 might not be able to do it. To be frank, if you weren't careful enough and didn't have a helper like Susie, who hadn't been discovered, the entire matter would have proceeded smoothly without either of us noticing until next Monday. Audrey didn't wear her thick mask as she sighed with mixed emotions. So I'm already that powerful, only a demigod would have great confidence in dealing with him. You're more powerful than I imagined. You actually hypnotized a demigod who's good at hypnosis, Klein praised with a smile. Audrey subconsciously pursed her lips, and a smile appeared on her face. That's mainly because of the fate siphon charm you gave me. My hypnotist potion seems to have been completely digested because of that. Chapter 1083. Completely digested? That's understandable. This is hypnotizing a demigod. Although the fate siphon charm played a part, it only helped to open the door to the body of heart and mind. The subsequent modification and implantation of consciousness still needs to be handled by him. If he's not careful, he might trigger a strong rejection, leading to failure. Extreme acting will definitely speed up the digestion process. Klein nodded slightly and said approvingly, "This is a good thing, and it is even more so in the current situation." Audrey understood what Mr. World meant. Under the storm that originated from the angel of imagination, Adam, and King George III, even though she was at the periphery, she felt her own weakness and powerlessness. She couldn't wait to improve herself. She grunted and said, "Yes. I'll urge Sun to give me the conditions to complete the transaction and advance to Sequence 5 as soon as possible. When the time comes, I hope to receive Mr. Fool's blessings and maintain my lucidity in the dream." Klein was already prepared for this as he smiled. "Actually, you don't have to wait that long. Tomorrow at the earliest, Friday at the latest, I can sell you a Dreamwalker Beyonder characteristic." Since it was a private conversation, Klein didn't pretend to be world and deliberately made his voice hoarse. He only sounded a little reserved. "Really?" Audrey's eyes widened, not concealing her surprise. Klein nodded. "This actually came from Vin Rambis. Mr. Fool's newly obtained cross can allow the Beyonder characteristic to be gradually purged." His explanation was very brief. He did not go through the specific steps, nor did he explain too much. He maintained a bit of the German Sparrow's coldness. "Is that so?" The corners of Audrey's mouth suddenly curled up as she beamed. She pressed her chest and said, "Praise Mr. Fool. Also, thank you, Mr. World. Double the gratitude." Klein chuckled in his heart, but on the surface he said calmly, "It's just a deal. You need to pay," he silently cursed in his heart. Audrey's smile didn't diminish. "Then what do you need?" "A Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, £8,000. Klein chose the item that Miss Justice could gather in the shortest time possible. Audrey didn't care about the price. Her eyes turned slightly as she pondered. "Can you sell me the hypnotist characteristic that you've separated out?" At this point, She smiled a little embarrassedly. This is for Susie. It's all thanks to her this time. The higher her level is, the more help she can provide. I will also help her in return. No problem, £4,000. Klein had already expected this and immediately quoted the price. In his plan, he could stop once he reached hypnotist. There was no need to separate it. He would place the unshadowed crucifix for a long period of time, allowing the remaining characteristics to separate and take form in one go. A total of £12,000? Audrey asked for confirmation, not feeling too much pressure. As she hadn't had any major expenses in the past few months, she had nearly £10,000 in cash. She just needed to gather some to satisfy her request. Seeing World's German Sparrow nod, she heaved a sigh of relief. I'll pay it before Friday. After settling this matter, she, who had relaxed a lot because Vin Rambus had been finished off, felt even better. She said casually, I'm in a good mood. She said in a casual manner, I'll also buy the complete brain of an adult mind dragon from Sun, but it won't be that urgent. Susie won't be able to digest the hypnotist potion that quickly. At this point, Audrey glanced at Mr. World in embarrassment. What do I need to exchange for Vin Rambis's demigod characteristic? Klein smiled. I still don't know what I'll be lacking. Actually, apart from Vin Rambis's manipulator beyonder characteristic, I also have the corresponding potion formula. During the process of you digesting Dreamwalker, I'll slowly think about what I need. From time to time, I'll get you to do something and gather some supplies, so as to allow you to accumulate enough to exchange for their contribution points as soon as possible. Audrey's green eyes lit up when she heard this. All right. After answering, she continued to ask with great interest, is this the same as Zio accumulating contributions at MI9? Yes, that's the method used by the major churches. Klein gave an affirmative answer. Audrey nodded and asked curiously in the end, Mr. World, do you know the names of the high-sequence beyonder potions of the spectator pathway? Klein gave a simple answer. Manipulator, Dreamweaver, Perceptor, Author, and Sequence 0, Visionary. I'm looking forward to hearing these names. Especially Author and Visionary. Audrey thought for a few seconds and steered the topic back on track. Did Vin Rambus say what the king's secret is? Also, why are they helping the king? On the one hand, she was asking on Zio's behalf, and on the other hand, she was very concerned. The king's secret? He wishes to bypass the 3 major contracts signed between the Orthodox churches and the various countries' royal families in ancient times to become a demigod. For this, he needs to go through a large number of sacrificial rituals to gain control of an extremely important item in the Blood Emperor's ruins. That's Vin Rambis's answer, but it might not be the entire truth. It might only be a portion of it. Klein gave his opinion as he answered. As for the psychological alchemy, or the Twilight Hermit Order, what they need is a war that engulfs the entire world. This is what they're trying their best to push for, and it's the trend of the times they wish to see. A war that engulfs the entire world. Audrey repeated softly as her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Her happy mood had turned gloomy again. Although she hadn't truly experienced the cruelty of war with her status and identity, she was no longer a flower in a greenhouse. She could already imagine it to a certain extent. After a brief silence, Audrey inconspicuously took a deep breath and tried her best to smile. I hope we can stop all of this. After exchanging a few more words, she left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world. As for Klein, he busied himself with water, tree sap, herbal powder, thousand-faced hunter's blood, spirit world plunderer's powder, and other ingredients to dissolve Vin Rambis's beyonder characteristic, concocting it into an unknown but definitely problematic potion. Then, he found an ordinary glass bottle and stored the potion inside to see what kind of sealed artifact it would eventually produce. This required quite a bit of time. Klein used the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to construct a spherical barrier around the glass bottle to prevent the products of the mutation from affecting the entire area. After doing all of this, he returned to 160 Buckland Street and prepared to summon a Rhodes to inquire about the two Beyonder creatures, the Hounds of Fulgrim and the demonic wolf of fog. At this moment, with the passage of time, the clouds in the sky thickened. The sun was once again blotted out, and all of Bakeland became as dark and gloomy as it was in the morning. Klein stood in front of his desk and looked out the window at the sky. For some baffling reason, he and the Church of Evernight had neglected an important problem. Their investigations had been relatively smooth during this period of time, and the information they had obtained was also gradually deepening. However, for some reason, it left him feeling uneasy. It wasn't because he was being influenced or misled, but because he really couldn't think of anything. Even going above the gray fog was useless. Divination would likely point to. Klein hurriedly reined in his thoughts, spread out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a full 8 seconds, the full-body mirror in the room turned dark. Aqueous light floated and condensed into silver words. Exalted, great, and benevolent Master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is here to answer your summons. I seem to be late. I'm already considered a Grade 1 sealed artifact. To bypass the quarantine, I need some time. I seek your understanding, Great Master. You're a Grade 1 sealed artifact? Klein asked in surprise. He could already imagine the news that had been circulating within the Church of Steam recently. The mirror that liked to play question-and-answer games had suddenly gone crazy. On the full-body mirror's surface, the silver words squirmed and reformed, forming new words. Great Master, is this considered a question? Klein originally wanted to answer, no, but in order to maintain his image, he nodded. Forget it. Rhodes immediately conjured lines of words. I'm not a real Grade 1 sealed artifact. I've only enjoyed the treatment of a Grade 1 sealed artifact in advance. This is mainly because a Grade 1 sealed artifact needs to be reported to the other churches and have their numbers rearranged. The Church of Steam doesn't wish to do that. If that's the case, it's understandable. Klein nodded slightly. Got it. On the full-body mirror's surface, aqueous light floated again as new silver words formed. Supreme Master, what question do you have to test your loyal servant, Rhodes? What do you know about the Hounds of Fulgrim and the demonic wolf of fog? Klein asked without any politeness, completely unaware that these were actually two questions. On the mirror's surface, the silver words squirmed as though they had a life of their own, changing their shape. The Hounds of Fulgrim are a unique spirit world creature. They live in the historical void. Even the Seven Lights can only know of them, but they can't really come into contact with them unless they leave the historical void and attempt to hunt. But even so, what we see might only be a projection of them from the past. The demonic wolf of fog is a high-level demonic wolf. It has experienced the fall of an ancient god, the cataclysm, and the hunt by the Zeridal family, the Antigonus family, and the Church of Evernight. There are extremely few of them left, and all of them are proficient in anti-divination and deception techniques. It's not easy to find them. In other words, the Church of Evernight might have materials or items related to the demonic wolf of fog. And with this, I can head to the spirit world and use the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence and the Beyonder creature's instincts to fish the Hounds of Fulgrim? As Klein read on, he had a certain train of thought. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1084. After getting a rough grasp of the situation, Klein looked at the full-body mirror in the room and asked, "What is the king's secret?" On the surface of the mirror that seemed to lead to another world, aqueous light floated gently and gradually reflected a scene. It was a relic that was hidden in the depths of darkness and covered in the dust of history, but it was almost completely intact. This means that the king's secret is in the Blood Emperor's ruins. Does Rhodes not dare to answer directly, or is this all he can see? Klein deliberated for a moment and said to the magic mirror, "That's right. It's your turn to ask." The scene in the full-body mirror didn't change at all, but silver words appeared one after another. "Great Master, do you have any other questions?" "Yes." Klein nodded without standing on ceremony. "Where's the Saintess of White Katerina?" In the mirror, the silver words quickly faded and disappeared. However, the background didn't change at all. It was still the ruins of the Blood Emperor. If it wasn't for the appearance and disappearance of words, I would have thought that the magic mirror had crashed. "Katerina is hiding in the ruins of the Blood Emperor? The real one?" Klein nodded thoughtfully. "It's your turn." Above the scene, silver words condensed again. "Merciful Master, why don't you leave Bakeland?" "That's a good question. I originally had such plans. When I first investigated the great smog of Bakeland, it was only because of my righteous indignation at the innocent deaths of old Kohler and the other poor people, as well as my confusion when my main goal was nearly destroyed. Later on, I was tied to the identity of a goddess blessed. After that, I wanted to prevent the disaster that was about to happen, so that the people I knew would be spared the pain of the ambitions of the upper echelons. I didn't want to drown in the tide of the times, so I was willing to take on a certain amount of risk, as for now, knowing that there might be a war that will sweep the entire world, and realizing that the advancement ritual of a scholar of yours is almost tailor-made for me, filled with traces of arrangements, I already understand that even if I really want to escape, I might not be able to do so. Or rather, even if I escape Bakeland, I probably won't be able to escape the fate I carried from the beginning. In that case, I might as well take the initiative to take the risk and challenge it. I'll see if I can figure out the truth and find a possible opportunity to grasp my own fate. Klein's thoughts raced endlessly before they gradually settled down. Then, he calmly replied, leaving won't really solve the problem. After that, Klein began to ask questions. Where is Trissy now? In the full-body mirror, the scene finally changed. This time it was pitch black. Occasionally, a thick object slid across the surface. Rhodes can't see Trissy's situation either. Klein nodded slightly. It's your turn. Aqueous light floated in the mirror again, and wisps of silver light converged into a coherent sentence. Great Master, I have something to tell you. Can I say it? Go ahead, Klein replied curiously. The silver words wriggled and turned into new words. You must be careful from now on. He even used an exclamation mark. Rhodes smells something amiss? Klein thought for a few seconds. What do you think can threaten me? I don't know. It's a feeling. Rhodes reorganized the words, turning them from silver to grayish-white. It directly expressed the feeling of depression and self-blame. Without waiting for Klein's response, new grayish-white words jumped out of the mirror one after another. Great Master, I still have a scene I wish to show you. Can I? Sure, Klein said slowly. The aqueous light on the full-body mirror rippled as the pitch-black darkness changed. It became deeper, embellishing it with resplendent diamond-like points of light. It was a beautiful and vast night sky. Is the scene Rhodes is showing pointing at the goddess whose essence is a star, or is it a starry sky with a gaze? From the looks of it, it doesn't dare to express it directly. Klein thought for a moment and didn't attempt to ask any more questions. Let's end it here for today. Alright. The grayish-white words were once again dyed silver. For some reason, the speed at which they protruded had slowed down. Great Master, why you haven't said that if there are any problems in the future, you will summon me again. Your loyal servant, Rhodes. What a ritualistic mirror. Klein said in amusement, Of course, I will summon you again when I have other questions. Of course, I will summon you again when I have other questions. Yes, Master. Goodbye, Master. On the surface of the mirror, the silver words returned to their normal speed as they outlined a simple drawing of a constantly waving hand. After everything returned to normal, Klein burned the paper with the summoning symbol, pulled open the curtains, and stared at the cold and dark sky again. Empress Borough, in a small Evernight cathedral. Zio and Furs received Miss Justice's message to Mr. Fool. They knew that the problem had been resolved, and they roughly understood the king's secret. How impressive! Furs, who believed in the god of steam and machinery, opened her eyes in the dark and quiet prayer hall. She turned her head, suppressed her voice, and sighed. She originally wanted to directly say that Mr. World or German Sparrow was impressive, but she no longer made such a mistake. In the past week, she had the feeling that she had been floating in the mysterious world for more than a decade. Zio opened her eyes as well, but she first drew a crimson moon in front of her chest to repent for her disrespect towards the goddess. Yes, that's a... Before Zio could finish her sentence, her meaning was accurately transmitted into Furs's mind. What she wanted to say was that Vin Rambus was a true demigod, but from the moment she and Furs entered the cathedral, he had been finished off by German Sparrow in less than 10 minutes. They were both saints, but there was such a huge difference. Perhaps an angel's blessing. Furs made a vague guess based on her experience in Beyonder Matters and Creation. As the prayer hall was dark and quiet, making it unsuitable for communication, Zio didn't directly respond to Furs's words. She nodded, stood up, and entered the aisle. The two of them left the prayer area side by side. When they approached the door, Zio exhaled. I really hope that I can be that powerful one day. I occasionally think so too, Furs said with a smile. No matter what, you've already completed your investigations, haven't you? Although there's definitely more to the so-called secret that's worth unearthing, the general outline of the matter is already rather clear. Zio looked at the door in front of her and fell into a daze for a few seconds. But what's the point? I can't do anything about it, nor can I. No. Just as an enemy, that person's identity isn't too noble. At the very least, we can look at him directly. Furs seriously consoled her friend. When you undergo a qualitative change, you'll realize that you have the ability to participate in this matter. At the very least, you'll be able to participate in something that doesn't involve higher-level matters. Furs, who had joined the tarot long before Zio, had witnessed Mr. Fool's schemes. Through his blessed and the members of the tarot, he had destroyed the true creator's descent, uncovered Bansi's secret, obtained a portion of the Storm Domain's authority, and interfered with 0-08's fate. Compared to the angels, kings of angels, and even true deities involved in these matters, King George III was indeed nothing. Zio slowly walked to the door and fell silent for a moment. I understand what you mean. We'll return to Eastborough next. There's no rush to move. Once I obtain the Judge Potion formula, I'll hide completely. I believe that after today's matter, they probably won't dare to take the risk of investigating us again. Definitely. They're just shadows hiding in the darkness that can't see the light of day. Furs hurriedly added, and then sighed. I only hope that teacher's reply can be delivered before I move again. Zio raised her hand to grab at her blonde hair. As she walked out of the cathedral, she said seriously, when I get the recipe, I'll buy that button and try to level up as soon as possible. Not bad, you've regained your fighting spirit. Furs teased him with a smile. Zio didn't say another word as she continued forward with a solemn expression. After walking for a few dozen steps, she suddenly stopped and said without turning back, I don't think I have enough money to buy that button. When the time comes, lend me some. I will definitely return it. Furs was stunned for a second before she burst out laughing. All right. If my guess is correct, I should be able to get the follow-up items from my teacher. At noon on Thursday, Klein excused himself to rest and returned to the master bedroom. He entered the bathroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog. He believed that the glass bottle containing the potion had already finished absorbing it. Sitting on the fool's high-back chair, Klein waved his hand, removed the isolation, and pulled his target over. The transparent glass bottle was already dyed with a dark color. There were many grids on its surface, and it shimmered with a faint light. It gave off the vibe of a work of art. It was empty inside, without a single drop of the potion left. The relatively wide mouth of the bottle was covered in a layer of fog that floated with light. It made Klein feel like his gaze was being sucked in the moment his gaze landed on it. Vaguely, a voice sounded from inside the bottle. Invest 100 gold coins and you can fulfill a wish. Invest 100 gold coins and you can fulfill a wish. Where did you learn this from? I have to say, this monotonous repetition is indeed helpful in hypnosis. If I really invest 100 gold coins, it's equivalent to opening the door to the body of heart and mind. I'll be controlled by the bottle and become its slave. After some analysis, Klein summoned the unshadowed crucifix. With the gray fog's pressure, he inserted it into the bottle's mouth. You devil! The voice in the bottle screamed before it was blocked by the gray fog. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1085. After dealing with the mutated glass bottle, Klein took out his golden pocket watch, opened it, and memorized the current time. He had to return in 3 hours and separate the unshadowed crucifix from the bottle of enslavement. Only by doing so could he obtain the manipulator beyonder characteristic alone, and not a product that was a combination of all the previous sequence characteristics. It feels like I'm doing an experiment. Klein nodded slightly and put away his pocket watch. He returned to the real world and began his lunch break. At 4 in the afternoon, Enuni knocked on his employer's door under the watchful eyes of butler Walter. What is it? Don Dantes opened the bedroom door while rubbing his temples in his pajamas. Enuni bowed. Sir, you accepted Madame Rihanna's invitation for afternoon tea last night. It's today. All right, give me 15 minutes to prepare, Klein said to Walter. Then, he instructed his valet Enuni. Come in and help me change my clothes. When he and his marionette were the only ones left in the room, Klein controlled the latter to bring clothes suitable for afternoon tea as he glanced at the wall clock from time to time. After about 10 minutes, after tying his bow tie and putting on his coat, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the gray fog. At this time, it had been exactly 3 hours since he last entered. Placed at the end of the long bronze table, the mutated glass bottle that had been firmly pressed together with the unshadowed crucifix by the gray fog's power had lost its original mesh-covered shimmering glow. It was as though it had gone from a work of art to a common item on the street. And at the bottom of the glass bottle was a large amount of grayish white. It flowed as though it had a life of its own, forming a heart-shaped object the size of a child's fist. Not only were there many wrinkles on it, but there were also cracks that resembled eyes. As for the complicated, three-dimensional patterns, labels, and symbols that extended into the void, they were almost identical to what Klein had seen when he obtained Vin Rambise's Beyonder characteristic. There's only a slight difference. Klein released the gray fog suppression and took out the unshadowed crucifix from the bottle's mouth. With these steps, the separated object was completely separated from the mutated glass bottle, becoming complete and independent. Klein reached out with his left hand to pick up the object that looked like both a brain and a heart. After studying it for a few seconds, he threw it into the junk pile and shrouded it in gray fog. At this moment, the voice in the mutated glass bottle sounded again, but it was rather weak. You devil! Klein didn't respond as he inserted the unshadowed crucifix back into his right hand. He relied on the gray fog's powers to hold it tight. Thus, the ancient palace regained its tranquility. After returning to the real world, Klein wore his top hat, held his cane, and took a carriage out of 160 Buckland Street. He headed for Member of Parliament Mock's residence, Unit 39 on the same street. In Member of Parliament Mock's residence, in an elegantly decorated activity room, a few guests sat around an exquisite 3-tiered tray. In front of each of them was a cup of enchanting black tea. Klein took a piece of cucumber sandwich and took a bite. He half-jokingly expressed his true feelings. Today's desserts seem very unique. Be it the carrot cake or the cream muffin. Mocked laughed out loud when he heard that. Dwayne, you sure are observant. This has nothing to do with observational skills. As long as one isn't blind, they can tell. All sorts of strange shapes. Klein lampooned inwardly before saying, that sounds like a good thing. Sounds like a good thing. This was personally made by Hazel. You can try it later. Although she can't effectively control its appearance, it tastes pretty good, Mock said in a slightly ostentatious manner. Elsewhere, Bakeland University of Technology's chancellor, Portland Moment, immediately laughed. This doesn't resemble the Hazel I know. Mocked glanced at Ma, Emriana and said in satisfaction, everyone grows. Everyone grows, doesn't he? Hazel has really matured recently. Not only is she willing to learn the social and marriage lessons that she was very resistant to in the past, but she will also occasionally make snacks and play a piece of music for us. Furthermore, she often takes the initiative to accompany her mother to concerts, horse racing, and shopping at department stores. She also quietly listens in all kinds of salons and banquets. According to Miss Justice, Hazel's treatment process had already reached the stage where she could recall the immense shock and pain she once suffered. Although it's only an intuitive feeling and doesn't involve the actual events, it's enough to make Hazel dream of losing her parents and most of her family from time to time. This made her unconsciously cherish her family. As such, she changed herself to a certain extent? Klein nodded in thought and smiled. That's a good thing. Yes, Mocked replied with mixed emotions. I was once very worried about Hazel's character. I was worried that she wouldn't be able to have a good marriage or interact normally with people in this circle. After our deaths, she wouldn't be able to find anyone to help her when she encountered trouble. Now I'm finally at ease. Mocked revealed a heartfelt smile, revealing a rare worry from the past. He then raised his arm, waved it lightly, and said in a very heroic manner, why do I have to be enemies with the darn smog and pollution? Why do we have to vie for colonial interests with Fasak in East Balham and Intis in West Balham? Isn't it to let our descendants lead better lives and have fewer worries? Hazel's maturity is more meaningful to me than the contributions I made in East Balham or the struggles I made in the House of Commons. Klein silently listened to Mock's recount as he couldn't help but turn his head to look out the window. Dark clouds covered the sky outside, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Portland Moment replied to Mocked in a half-joking manner. No, those things are also for the betterment of ourselves. Having said that, he looked at Klein. Dwayne, have you thought it through? Do you want to invest in my mechanical laboratory? Klein chuckled. Mr. Chancellor, why are you as eager as a young man? I've already flipped through the information you gave me. I have a general impression of the benefits and income one can obtain from investing. To be frank, I'm very interested. I'm very satisfied that this mechanical laboratory can allow talented youths to be tempered. This is where I should invest the most. What's the most valuable thing in this era? Talent. Roselle the Great said that before, Portland Moment said with a chuckle. So, how much do you plan on investing? Klein raised his porcelain teacup and drank a mouthful of black tea. The initial plan is £10,000. As expected of the most famous tycoon in Bakeland. I can't even guess how much you have. First, you donated shares worth more than £10,000, then you spent £20,000 to buy Mager Manor. Now, you're investing in Portland's mechanical laboratory. It's a total of £10,000. Ma Emriana couldn't help but marvel. Portland Moment gave a thumbs up. That's a truly discerning investor. Klein smiled. But I'll still find a team of lawyers and accountants to verify the situation and draft the terms. Professional things have to be done by professionals. Also, I have to consider whether to invest directly or set up a company or fund to complete it through. Well, Portland, I think you're not thoughtful enough. Such an important laboratory isn't protected at all. Aren't you afraid of commercial espionage or sabotage by foreign forces? Portland Moment was taken aback for a moment before he slowly nodded. That makes sense. I've neglected this problem before. Klein, who had achieved his goal, did not linger on this topic. Is there still no news of Major General Konas Kilgore? Mock sighed. No, Civilau's Yard said that they've searched Mager Manor and the surrounding areas, but they didn't find any clues. As he spoke, the House of Commons MP lowered his voice. I suspect that the Major General met with an accident during a secret mission. The atmosphere up there has been a little strange recently. In a sense, you're completely right. Klein sighed as well. Let's hope nothing really happens. During the afternoon tea, Klein made good use of his time and went to the bathroom. He placed the Dreamwalker Beyonder characteristic that had been seeped out of the mutated bottle into the junk pile. By the time the gathering ended and he returned to 160 Buckland Street, the sky had already darkened. The gas lamps on both sides of the road had been lit up ahead of time as a drizzle began to beat against the car windows. Now all the problems are focused on what's hidden in the Blood Emperor's ruins. As long as the three churches can discover the problem in time, they can prevent many things from happening. Klein looked out the window at the misty lights due to the rain and considered the recent situation. In the short term, unless I can capture Katerina, I won't be of much help. And the goddess is currently digesting or grasping death's uniqueness. She might not have the ability to give a response at that level. To resolve this problem, I have to either get a targeted Grade 0 sealed artifact from the Holy Cathedral, or I have to rely on the Church of Storms or Steam to see which of the two true deities will respond. A Grade 0 sealed artifact might not work. After all, it involves a king of angels, and the two churches might have a traitor. It wasn't far from 39 Buckland Street to 160 Buckland Street. Before Klein could sort out his thoughts, he had already returned to his doorstep and had no choice but to alight the carriage. When he went to the third floor to change his clothes, his spiritual perception was triggered. He saw Rionette Tinker walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. Sharon's. Klein reached out to receive the letter with a guess. Yes. One of the heads that Rionette Tinker was holding opened its mouth and replied. Klein didn't speak further as he tore open the envelope and unfolded the piece of paper. There was only one line of words. Operation at 10 tonight. Chapter 1086. Tonight at 10. Klein glanced at Miss Messenger, who was waiting at her spot, and walked to the desk. He spread out a piece of paper and wrote, I'll be punctual. In addition, the situation in Bakeland has been tense recently. You have to pay attention to the degree of control. After reminding Sharon, Klein folded the letter and took out a gold coin and a rectangular diamond that constantly refracted light from his pocket. This is a yesterday once more charm. It can allow you to temporarily borrow the powers of your past self. Klein handed the 3 items to Rionette Tinker. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands opened its mouth and bit down on everything. The other 3 said one after another, You're right. The remaining 3 said one after another, Why? 4. I consider it an advance payment, Klein said with a smile with his usual expression. A Rhodes's reminder made him feel that he needed to make more preparations. Rionette Tinker didn't ask any further. Her 4 beautiful heads swayed up and down with the help of the hair she was holding. Following that, she stepped into the void and disappeared from the room. Klein looked out the window at the drizzling rain and the completely dark sky. He took off his coat and handed it to his valet, Anuni. 9:50 p.m. On a street near the Tussock River in Sherwood Borough. Amidst the common autumn and winter rain in Bakeland, a rented carriage turned into the area and slowly proceeded forward. On the carriage, Emlyn White, who was holding a top hat, looked at the pale-faced young man with slightly messy hair with his bright red eyes. This is the place? Merrick, whose figure looked a little ethereal, nodded and pointed at a street house with a shop diagonally ahead. Yes. It's a bookstore, and the owner's name is Charlie Laker. He's a pure-blooded Loanese. However, he went to the southern continent once when he was young, hoping to get rich overnight. There, he became a member of the Rose School of Thought, a believer of the chained god. He was sent back to Backland to gather intelligence and provide help to the Rose School of Thought members who were carrying out other missions. Back then, we had been watching him for a long time, hoping to finish him off and sever the Rose School of Thought's intelligence transmission to create a better living environment for ourselves, but we ultimately held back. Emlyn smiled. The facts have proven that patience can often lead to better results. To be frank, your performance is different from the temperance wraith I imagined. I thought you would be very stingy with your words. Merrick glanced at the vampire who was said to be a viscount. Different people have different personalities, and temperance is only controlling desires that exceed a certain limit. On this matter, I don't explain it so clearly. I'm worried that you won't understand, and it will affect the final outcome. If that happens, the desire for temperance will exceed the limits it should have. Although it's very philosophical, there's no need to use me as an example. Emlyn leisurely leaned against the wall and looked at him. Let's continue the previous topic. Merrick looked out the window again. Charlie Raker's family has a maid from the Paws Valley. She's also a member of the Rose School. In addition, there's a widow and an alcoholic man living in the two houses diagonally opposite Raker's bookstore. They are believers of the chained god, and they will transmit intelligence to the Rose School at critical moments. What you need to do is to secretly monitor these three people while we deal with Charlie Raker. Through the transmission of information, lock onto the person in charge of the Rose School in Bakeland. Of course, we will definitely give Charlie Raker a chance to seek help or send a signal. Emlyn nodded slightly. I got it. He then turned his head to look at the sky that was filled with dark clouds and couldn't see the crimson moon. He twisted the ring embedded with a ghostly blue gem on his left ring finger. This was the Oath of Rose ring. It allowed Earl Mistral to share his senses of sight, hearing, and smell. The ring spun around and returned to Emlyn's hand. Of course, it was only temporary. As such, Earl Mistral had heard what Merrick had said and shared it with the other sanguine participants. Emlyn originally believed that although he was only in charge of liaison and didn't play any important role, he could at least showcase some of the spell-like powers of a Scarlet Scholar and pass the message in a very prominent manner in front of Wraith Merrick. To his surprise, he didn't need to do anything. All he needed to do was wear the ring and arrive at the scene. This depressed him, making him feel like he was purely a tool. Without being a demigod, there are many things I don't even have the right to directly participate in, much less save a race. At that moment, Emlyn had an impulse. He felt that his level wasn't worthy of his secret identity. He was unable to shoulder the responsibility he needed to shoulder. As for the Oath of Rose allowing the two wearers' thoughts to appear in each other's minds from time to time, Emlyn wasn't worried. He had gotten Miss Justice to hypnotize him ahead of time, preventing him from thinking about things that shouldn't be known by the upper echelons of the sanguine. Just as he sighed, a voice belonging to Earl Mistral suddenly sounded in his mind. Arrogant, childish, naive. If this is the Oath of Rose randomly transmitting some of Earl Mistral's thoughts. Emlyn scoffed inwardly as he constantly recited a name. Ernst Boer. Ernst Boer. This Viscount had been hypnotized under Earl Mistral's protection, and he had volunteered at the Harvest Church for a long period of time. At this moment, Merrick looked at Emlyn's expression and nodded. Your present attitude makes me feel even more at ease. He was very serious, solemn, and focused. Emlyn was first taken aback before he curled the corners of his mouth. Thank you. The second floor of the bookstore was Charlie Raker's home. This businessman was over 50 years old, and his parents had long passed away. He had never gotten married, and it was said that he had a few illegitimate children, but none of them lived with him. After instructing the servants to check if the doors and windows were locked, he returned to his bedroom, poured himself a glass of red wine, and sat on the sofa to enjoy it in a relaxed manner. He was used to drinking some wine before bed. After the red wine was finished, Charlie Raker stood up and walked to the bathroom. When he passed by the full-body mirror in the bedroom, he casually glanced at it and his body suddenly froze. In the mirror, his face had turned abnormally pale at some point in time. His eyes were protruding out and there was blood flowing down the edges. The corners of his mouth had a dark red tint. As a member of Rose School, Charlie Raker was no stranger to such a situation. He didn't scream or run around like an ordinary person. Instead, he raised his right hand and extended it to his chest. Just as he touched the accessory he was wearing, his body felt like it had fallen into an ice cavern that would never melt. It was cold from the inside out. The coldness seemed to have a life of its own as it rapidly expanded, occupying every corner of Charlie Raker's body. It made him feel like his joints and muscles no longer belonged to him, and he was beginning to listen to someone else. At that moment it was as if there was another person in his body. It was cold, blurry, and filled with malice. It directly took over everything other than his thoughts. At the same time, Charlie Raker saw a new change in himself in the mirror. There were two figures in front of his eyes. They were young men wearing white shirts and black vests. With the help of the first touch of his right hand, a bright light lit up in front of him. This glow seemed to originate from a miniature sun, throwing light and heat in all directions. Charlie Rex instantly felt warm. He was no longer controlled by the coldness in his body. He mumbled a word, "Don't worry." He mumbled, "Purify." The miniature sun in front of his chest became hotter. The light was like warm water as it surged inwards, creating layers of ripples. Charlie Raker regained control of his body. He immediately gave up on the door and ran towards the window. The curtains weren't drawn yet. It was drizzling outside and the street lights were dim. Thud, thud, thud. When Charlie Raker passed by the carpeted coffee table and sofa area, he suddenly stumbled and almost fell. The carpet seemed to have come to life and wrapped around his ankles. Bang! The coffee table flew up, along with the porcelain teacups and documents on it. It slammed into Charlie Raker's face, shattering him into pieces and turning him into a strange, dismembered puppet. A moment later, Charlie Raker's figure appeared on the other side. He continued running with lingering fear in his heart. He had never hated that his bedroom was too big as much as he did now. Thud, thud, thud. Pens flew everywhere, papers flew everywhere. Charlie Raker finally ran to the window. As a devout believer, he didn't break the window immediately. Instead, he grabbed the curtains and pulled it open. At the same time, he pressed his other hand on the gas pipe. A layer of white frost instantly formed on the surface of the black metal. Crack! The glass window in front of Charlie Raker shattered on its own. Every piece shot out like a bullet and slammed into the businessman's face. There wasn't a single piece of unharmed skin on his face, and blood spurted out from his neck. Charlie Raker's eyes dimmed, and he fell backward weakly. He screamed and shouted in pain during the process, but his voice couldn't travel out of the room no matter what. At this time, in another room, a female servant who was obviously from the southern continent saw the light from the wall lamp wavering. She immediately turned her head and looked at where her employer was. The gas pipe there was covered in frost. In a room opposite Charlie Raker, a man with a red nose who rolled up his sleeves and gulped down alcohol suddenly saw that the curtains were only half drawn. In the secret code he and Charlie Raker agreed on, it meant that there was no problem if the curtains were all drawn or opened. If only one side was drawn or half drawn, it meant that there was an emergency. He had to inform the higher-ups immediately. He stood up abruptly. P.S. I recommend a book on entrepreneurship, Salted Fish's Self-Help Strategy. Make short videos and walk to the peak of life. Chapter 1087. The red-nosed man rushed to the side of the safe in a few steps and took out a radio transceiver and a codebook from a secret compartment. He squatted there and quickly translated the news of Charlie Raker's accident into a message before sending it out. In the building where Raker's bookstore was located, a brown-skinned maid rolled up her sleeves and poured a bottle of indigo liquid onto her left arm. The skin there immediately changed color, but under the indigo blue, wisps of black light appeared like swimming nematode. The black light quickly gathered to form a strange face the size of half a palm. Its eyes were as small as rice grains, and its mouth was as big as a saucer. Charlie Lake met with an accident. The maid looked at the face on her arm and said word by word. Every word she uttered seemed to take on a shape of its own, materializing into indigo between her mouth and arms. Right on the heels of that, the words that seemed to be written intertwined together and were enveloped by the same colored smoke. At this moment, the mouth of the strange face on the maid's arm opened bit by bit, sucking in the indigo smoke and words. All the abnormalities disappeared, leaving only the skin on the maid's arm that had yet to return to its original color. In the darkness outside the window, a tiny, ordinary bat flapped its wings, changed its motionless state, and flew off to an unknown location. On another street less than 500 meters away from Raker's bookstore, a restaurant that specialized in southern continent delicacies floated in midair. One by one, tiny bats flew out of the darkness and gathered together, causing thick smoke to rise. The smoke and bats seemed to be illusory as they vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind the figure of a man in a tuxedo without the corresponding hat. The man was thin and tall, and he was extremely tall. His hair was relatively light, almost silver, and his eyes were bright red as though they were filled with blood. He was none other than the sanguine Earl Mistral. He raised his left hand that had a ghostly blue gemstone ring on it, touched his slightly exaggerated bow tie, and looked at the restaurant that had long since closed for the day. He looked at the restaurant that had long closed and said, "The two pieces of intelligence have finally gathered here." Just as Mistral finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of him. She wore a dark black regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color. Her hair was pale gold, her eyes were blue, and her face was pale. She looked like the most exquisite doll. The trees on the street below suddenly swayed gently, and the lights of the gas lamps flickered at the same time. A puppet. Earl Mistral nodded slightly, acknowledging Sharon's identity and status. Sharon didn't look at him. She looked at the second floor of the restaurant. There are remnant feelings of worship towards the mother tree of desire. Then there's no problem. Mistral turned around in midair, and nodded at the area with the densest darkness. "Lord Nibs, please seal this area." An old and heavy sigh sounded, and a pair of wings covered in dark skin and countless patterns and symbols suddenly stretched out from the darkness. They grew larger and wider, and in 2 to 3 seconds, they completely enveloped the surroundings. The restaurant fell into an abnormal darkness, as if it had been moved out of the world of reality. Mistral no longer hesitated, nor did he attack directly. He took out a bronze box embedded with many rubies and took out an item from it. It was a transparent glass ball shaped like an eyeball. Then, the sanguine Earl's expression contorted in pain as he let the glass ball leave his fingers and fall down. The glass ball emitted a tiny bit of light in the darkness, as though it was being attracted by something as it constantly adjusted its direction in midair. Finally, it landed in a room on the second floor of the restaurant. A dazzling white light erupted, and it was as though a sun had risen in the room, illuminating everything, causing all the filth, corruption, evil, undead, and darkness to rapidly melt away. Mistral, who had long closed his eyes, suddenly frowned and let out a puzzled sound. He didn't sense any signs of resistance in the restaurant. Although Sharon, who had changed her gaze from looking down to level, didn't have any change in expression, her tightly bound light blonde hair seemed to sway slightly. After the sun rose, it quickly fell. The blazing white light helplessly fell silent in the darkness. As this was something that targeted evil spirits, the building where the restaurant was located didn't suffer any damage. Sanguine Earl Mistral opened his eyes. After looking at it for 2 seconds, he reached out his right hand and grabbed upward. The darkness above the restaurant instantly came to life, transforming into illusory shackles that bound the entire roof. With a jarring creaking sound, the roof was pulled up by the shackles and hung in midair. Without this obstruction, be it Mistral or Sharon, they could clearly see the situation in the target's room. A radio transceiver was placed on a square table covered with a tablecloth. Beside it was a translated message. Opposite it, there was an indigo charred mark on the ground. On the other side of the room, there was a rather old piano. The piano stool was brown, as though it had just been moved. On top of the piano was a glass of red wine. There was a flesh-colored, sticky, and strange figure soaking in it. The rest of the furnishings and decorations were like those of a normal house. The only difference was that there were some herbal powder and essential oils that had been splattered. This made Sharon, who could directly obtain revelations from the spirit world, have a vague thought. The people here had just left. Before she, Earl Mistral, and Marquis Nibs could react, the red wine with the flesh-colored figure soaking in it emitted a blurry glow. The glow instantly expanded and became bright, forming a seemingly huge, crimson moon in the room. The crimson moon's glow dispersed the darkness in the area, making the demigods who were participating in the battle feel like they were on the ground and looking up at the sky. Sharon's blue eyes seemed to freeze for an instant. She suddenly raised her left hand and flipped it, revealing a dark red accessory in her palm. The accessory was shaped like a full moon. It was embedded with crimson gems, and in the middle was the symbol of the moon and many mysterious labels. This was the scarlet lunar corona that Sharon had obtained with the help of Sherlock Moriarty. It constantly emitted a tranquil glow, making the wielder immune to the effects of the full moon. However, the crimson moon in the restaurant wasn't as simple as a full moon. It was closer to a blood moon or even exceeded it. An indescribable spirituality was born as a result, causing the area isolated by Nibs's huge wings to produce a demonic and silent feeling. Even though Sharon was holding the scarlet lunar corona, she could feel the evil in her heart swell. She felt as though an unimaginable change was brewing in her body. She instinctively wanted to transform into an evil spirit and hide in the trees and gas lamps, but reason stopped her impulse. This was because the crimson moon's illumination didn't leave any blind spots. At this moment, Sanguine Earl Mistral saw his stomach bulge up bit by bit. He felt the pulse of life slowly condense within him, attempting to take shape. As a beyonder creature that could borrow the power of the moon, he hadn't prepared any additional means to eliminate the effects of the blood moon. He originally believed that he would be filled with joy in such an environment, allowing him to do as he pleased, but he never expected the situation to change so strangely that it completely exceeded his imagination. He felt that if this continued, he would give birth to a new life, an evil and terrifying life of unknown origins. The authority of the moon itself included reproduction and reproduction. At the same time, on the pair of gigantic bat wings that covered the surroundings and created darkness, white fine fur grew out in an extremely horrifying manner. Nibs grunted softly as a crack appeared in the seal on the area. A few streets away, Emlyn White was rubbing the Oath of Rose ring that was embedded with a ghostly blue gem when he suddenly obtained Earl Mistral's senses. He saw what he saw and heard what he heard. As for the feelings and thoughts that belonged to Earl Mistral, they were transmitted into Emlyn's mind after a long period of accumulation. It made him sit up straight in fright as his expression warped. His stomach churned as he had the urge to vomit. With the help of creeping hunger, Klein was hiding in the shadows outside the restaurant, but the marionette he controlled, Kona's Kilgore, had long infiltrated the darkness created by Nibs. Using distortion, he bypassed the isolation and maintained the connection with the spirit-body thread. At this moment, under the illumination of the illusory crimson moon, he was surprised to discover that his marionette, which was essentially a dead person, seemed to have the tendency to reproduce. And that new life was definitely a child of the mother tree of desire. This is similar to the sanguine ancestor Lilith in the legends of the City of Silver, as well as the primordial moon that Emlyn mentioned. Indeed, the mother tree of desire has already grasped a portion of the moon's authority. Furthermore, it has been infected to become exceptionally evil, even more evil than it was originally. Klein was just about to switch places with his marionette and enter the range of the crimson moon's illumination to teleport away with Miss Sharon when he suddenly felt an indescribable joy. It was the joy of seeing a flower slowly blooming in one's garden after a long night in the morning fog. It was the joy of leaving the city and heading to the suburbs, breathing in the fresh air in the woods after the rain, and seeing mushrooms grow. It was the joy of all things growing and the birth of new life. The white fur on the gigantic bat wings that covered the surroundings fell off. Earl Mistral's slightly protruding belly shrank back again. Sharon, who was struggling to hold on with the scarlet lunar corona, seemed to relax a lot. Right on the heels of that, the crimson moon in the restaurant rapidly dimmed, as though someone had sucked away a large amount of its glow. Finally, the crimson moon vanished, and everything returned to normal. Did the sanguine's Duke Ulmer take action? Klein nodded in thought and continued hiding in the shadows. Mistral restrained his angry expression and looked down at the restaurant. He said in a deep voice, "The target seems to have sensed it ahead of time. Not too much ahead of time." Sharon combined the situation at the scene and the revelation she had obtained from the spirit world to give her answer. Mistral's bright red eyes revealed a strange glimmer. After observing and analyzing for a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After observing for a few seconds, he said, "The people here left almost at the same time we arrived, leaving behind that cup of red wine and that strange doll. This trap doesn't seem to have been prepared. It's more like a last-minute setup." Having said that, Mistral looked at Sharon. Why were they able to sense the danger in such a timely manner? Sharon's expression was calm as she replied in an unchanging tone, "It's not because of the mother tree of desire. It's not because of mother tree of desire." This evil god was still unable to infuse too much of his power into reality, so it was hard for him to give an early warning. Chapter 1088. The sanguine Earl Mistral frowned slightly. He wasn't too willing to admit it, but he still said rather honestly, "That's right. There shouldn't have been any leaks beforehand." This was because if that was the case, the demigod of Rose School would have plenty of time to use the mother tree of desire and Abomination Sua's response to plant a more dangerous and terrifying trap. It wasn't something that an angel could easily resolve. This was also the reason why Mistral said that the trap was set up at the last minute and seemed a little rushed. This was sufficient proof that there was no traitor. After all, the ones who knew about the operation plan were the few who participated in tonight's operation. If they wanted to leak the information, they could have done it long ago. Unless someone changed their mind at the last minute or wanted to use the tight time to gain more benefits, these would all leave obvious traces. Sharon, who was wearing a black bonnet, was still looking at the restaurant that had lost its roof. Maybe it's another way to detect danger. For this operation, the Sanguine had activated a sealed artifact. It could even interfere with a devil's premonition for danger, much less something like spiritual intuition. Maybe. Mistral couldn't think of a better explanation. At this time, in the room on the second floor of the restaurant, apart from the red wine in the glass and the strange man that had evaporated, everything else was intact as if nothing had happened. Originally, Sharon and Mistral could attempt to use divination to seek answers to their questions and restore what had happened before the attack. But now they couldn't do so. This was because the surrounding area had been illuminated by the crimson moon. It was equivalent to receiving a baptism from something related to the mother tree of desire. Divination could easily point to this evil god, and the outcome would be unimaginable. Without waiting for Sharon to speak, Mistral silently inhaled and said, "Everything has an element of surprise. It's impossible to succeed 100% of the time. Let's call it a day. If we stay here any longer, the government might notice something amiss." As soon as he finished speaking, the black chains that hung the roof in midair instantly dimmed and became illusory. The roof was lowered again, covering the second floor of the restaurant. It looked no different from before. Of course, when there was a storm, there would definitely be water seepage. If there was a storm, the entire roof would be lifted up again. The huge bat wings that covered the surrounding area retracted back into the darkness, and the pitter-patter of rain once again enveloped the area. Klein, who was hiding in the shadows, watched as Miss Sharon, who was dressed in a black regal dress, rapidly turned transparent and disappeared. He watched as an illusory smoke rose and countless tiny bats flew in different directions. He couldn't help but frown as he silently muttered to himself, "What kind of accident happened? It wasn't scary to have an accident. What was scary was not knowing what the accident was." No matter what stage one was in, the unknown was always terrifying. At this moment, Klein suddenly heard a slightly intermittent voice. "What exactly happened? Exactly. What happened?" Klein turned his head and realized that Miss Messenger had walked out of the spirit world at some point in time and was standing beside him. The four blonde, red-eyed heads in his hands were all looking at the restaurant. "Were you able to see the situation from before?" Klein asked after some deliberation. After the mutant pathway reached the wraith stage, they could freely enter and exit the spirit world and directly obtain revelations from there. Be it spiritual intuition or divination, they became rather powerful. The corresponding sequence to Angel was definitely not bad in this aspect. Therefore, Klein asked. The four heads in Rionette Tinker's hands shook at the same time and said in unison, "No. No." Klein nodded in thought and didn't ask further. He controlled his marionette to leave the area. It ended just like that. After retching for a while, Emlyn White rubbed the ring with the ghostly blue gem as he muttered to himself in surprise. Through the Oath of Rose, he could sense Earl Mistral's depression, anger, and the restraint of not wanting to vent his anger on a lady or others. He determined that the operation had failed due to some accident. It ended? Upon hearing his words, Merrick was equally surprised. He had actually wanted to ask Emlyn White why he suddenly felt nauseous. His expression had warped to a certain extent, but he managed to restrain his curiosity and the corresponding urge. And didn't find the target. Emlyn tried his best to recall what Earl Mistral had seen and heard, but due to Marquis Nibbs's lockdown, he was only able to see the situation with the help of the Oath of Rose when the crimson moon rose. And this was quickly rendered ineffective by the abnormal feeling he had. At the same time, Emlyn mumbled inwardly. That demigod from the Temperance faction came by possessing a puppet's body? Which master's work is this? It's simply art. Didn't find the target? How could that be? Merrick couldn't help but frown. From his point of view, everything had been going smoothly up to this point in time. Be it him, Sharon, or the Sanguine, none of them had any motive to leak the news to Rose School. As for Sherlock Moriarty, he had proven his credibility through multiple collaborations. Suppressing his great disappointment and doubt, Merrick said without any change in his expression, "Don't worry. Then let's leave this place as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure began to fade, truly displaying the characteristics of a vengeful spirit. Emlyn subconsciously wanted to ask which puppet master he was familiar with, but when he opened his mouth, he felt that it would damage his image as a Sanguine. All he could do was swallow his words. "Even if I get to know that master, I don't have the money to buy him. In order to carry out my mission, I have to make some sacrifices. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to capture the demigod of Rose School. I'm unable to figure out the current situation at their headquarters. making it difficult for me to retrieve the holy artifact left behind by the ancestor. As Emlyn's thoughts raced, his expression gradually turned heavy. Bakeland Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, in one of the billiard rooms of the Bravehearts Bar. Klein, in the form of Sherlock Moriarty, was sitting opposite Sharon and Merrick. After a brief silence, Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress and sitting on a high stool, looked at the detective opposite her. "What's your take on this?" Klein thought for a moment and said, "What do you think?" The effects brought about by the crimson moon were quickly eliminated. "What you mean is that since the demigod of Rose School has already sensed the immense danger through a particular method or existence, why would he set up such a temporary and ineffective trap?" Merrick and Sharon exchanged looks before saying in thought, "Yes." Klein nodded. He should have been able to foresee that under such immense danger, a trap of this level would be easily resolved. Then, why would he waste time setting it up instead of immediately escaping? This goes against the instincts of a creature. Sharon, who was wearing a tiny bonnet, moved her head indiscernibly. "It's a trap on the surface, but it's actually a cover-up?" Klein replied at a slightly slower pace, "That's right. Using such a trap to cleanse the scene, cut off divination, and conceal the exact situation at the time. Only by trying to conceal a secret would the demigod of Rose School take the huge risk and stay at the scene for a period of time. But they might not have expected us to have a sanguine angel helping us deal with the trap." Merrick raised his opinion. Klein smiled and said, "They won't ignore the fact that you have an angel backing you. They won't ignore the fact that you have an angel backing you. To be able to accurately attack the hidden members of the Rose School of Thought in Backland, it must be a defector who knows them well." He was referring to Rionette Tinker's existence. What secret needs to be concealed? Sharon seemed to accept Klein's suspicions as she sat upright and asked. Klein shook his head. "There are too many possibilities. Perhaps it's the secret of discovering the attack in time, or perhaps it's the secret of what they're planning in Bakeland." With that said, Klein attempted to introduce Rose School into the tense situation in Bakeland, but he realized that without their presence, be it orthodox deities or evil gods, it was unlikely for them to cooperate with the Mother Tree of Desire. This left Klein increasingly puzzled. He didn't know what kind of accident such an unknown would lead to. He paused and swept his gaze across Sharon's and Merrick's faces. "In short, we have to be sufficiently cautious and careful from now on. We have to avoid coming here. Yes, under the premise of ensuring our own safety, we'll attempt to monitor the other Rose School members and see if we can figure out the hidden secret." "Thank you." Sharon's figure floated up and bowed. Merrick did the same. Crimson flames soared, and Klein's figure disappeared from where he stood. According to the agreement, as he didn't have the chance to take action, the reward he received was Rionette Tinker's help once. After returning to 160 Buckland Street, Klein was just about to take off his clothes and get into bed to wake up early when he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. Came from a woman. "Miss Justice." Klein nodded with a guess. He entered the bathroom and took 4 steps counterclockwise to arrive above the gray fog. As he expected, the supplicant was Justice Audrey. This noble lady had already gathered £12,000 in cash and wished for Mr. Fool to transfer it to Mr. World, so as to complete the transaction of the dreamwalker and hypnotist beyonder characteristics. Yes, with the ritual being replaced by Angel's Embrace, Miss Justice can attempt to advance in the next 2 days. It's time to put the exploration of Roselle's travels into the schedule. Heh. Leonard has already been a spirit warlock for a few days, and he has nothing better to do. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and responded to Miss Justice, allowing her to begin the sacrifice. With the current situation becoming more and more tense, with more and more unknown factors, Klein wished to improve himself as much as he could in a short period of time. This included many aspects. First, the increase in his marionettes and sealed artifact. Second, the recovery of his helpers. Third, it was to gain a better grasp of knowledge and secret. This helped him pry into the truth and grasp the true attitudes of the different factions, allowing him to find opportunities. The exploration of Roselle's travels corresponded to the third point. P.S. Recommended a book. Chidien has been censored. It can be found on QQ Bookstore or WeChat Reading. The title of the book is Tang Can. It's a story about a farmer uprising and a glutton beating up the world in the late Tang dynasty. Chapter 1089. On Friday, in the dead of night, in Audrey's bedroom, after the golden retriever, Susie, received her gaze, she opened the door and went out. She sat outside to prevent anyone from disturbing her. Audrey took out the Dreamwalker Beyonder characteristic, the corresponding supplementary ingredients, and the concocting utensils from various hidden spots where she hid her items. Most of the supplementary ingredients came from the City of Silver, and they weren't items that could be exchanged for with a lot of contribution points. As for the payment, Audrey hadn't paid it yet because Little Sun hadn't thought of what he wanted. After concocting the potion skillfully, Audrey looked at the liquid that was dotted with grayish-white light. She took a step back, clasped her hands, and placed them in front of her mouth and nose. She chanted softly in ancient Hermes, she chanted softly in ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Just as her prayers subsided, countless indescribable shadows appeared in front of her. They quickly swam and interweaved as though they were active in the sea. And at the top of the sea were 7 pure lights of different colors that seemed to contain endless knowledge. Above the 7 pure lights was an endless grayish-white fog. Above the grayish-white fog, there was a majestic palace. At this moment, the door to the palace opened. A figure condensed from a golden light spread out 12 pairs of scarlet flames, flew down and landed in front of Audrey. The 12 pairs of flaming wings enveloped the blonde, green-eyed girl. This scene only lasted for a second or two before disappearing like an illusion. However, Audrey was always immersed in this sacred and sublime feeling. She calmed her emotions and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. With Angel's embrace, she could maintain her lucidity in the dream. She could wake up whenever she wanted, and she didn't have to worry about being engrossed in it and being unable to extricate herself. This was equivalent to her holding the corresponding ritual for Dreamwalker. Furthermore, the effects would definitely be better than the original version. After all, not every hypnotist can obtain the blessings of such a secret existence and be embraced by a special angel. Audrey, all the best. Audrey grumbled in her heart. Without hesitation, she picked up the glass bottle and gulped down the potion. The potion was not as bad as she had imagined. It was sour, sweet, bitter, hallucinogenic, and stimulating. It was like a wild dream. Before Audrey could feel the effects of the potion on her body, her mind suddenly went blank for a moment, and then she regained consciousness. Outside the window, she saw that the night had turned into morning. Sun was rising in the sky, dyeing everything red. In the garden, flowers bloomed one after another, and crystal dewdrops swayed on the tips of the dark green grass. Audrey seemed to have become the master of this world. Her consciousness floated up and she saw the scene from a bird's-eye view. Her father and mother walked arm in arm along the garden path, basking in the morning light and smelling the fragrance. Her 2 brothers, Hibbert and Alfred, had overcome their estrangement. They rode their horses and brought their attendants with them. They laughed as they constantly entered the woods in the suburbs, competing to see who could hunt more. The ambassadors or special representatives of Fasak, Intis, Fainapotter, and other countries signed an agreement at the Sodila Palace in Rouen, announcing to the world that war would not happen. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated. The smog in Bakeland improved. One factory after another passed the dual inspections of the Alkali Industries Prosecutor and the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, and such standards were extended to other countries. The maximum working hours and the basic working conditions of the workers were satisfied. Various industries were developing better and better, and the number of nomads had dropped to an unimaginable level. The various security programs led by the kingdom covered everyone. More and more workers could afford bicycles. On the streets, bicycles gathered like an army, driving in different directions amidst the tinkling sounds. Children didn't need to enter the factory at a young age. They laughed and played as they ran into classrooms with bright windows and clean tables and chairs. They flipped open their textbooks and began to listen carefully. If they didn't study, it was only because they didn't want to, not because they didn't have the means. Women were no longer discriminated against because of their gender. Even if they were just a laundry worker, they could rely on their studies to obtain knowledge and find a better job. They were reporters, teachers, police officers, soldiers, miners, and government employees. They could be seen in every formal industry. All kinds of machinery appeared on the streets and alleys, bringing convenience and joy to the people. In the square in front of the Evernight Cathedral, white pigeons flew up and landed from time to time. People were either sitting, standing, or playing music, enjoying life to the fullest. This was the future that Audrey dreamed of. Unaffiliated Beyonders didn't need to be afraid anymore. As long as they received regular physical checks and mental evaluations, they would be able to walk under the sun and use their Beyonder powers to legally earn money. This is really beautiful. If I wasn't maintaining my clarity of mind, I might have been engrossed in it. I would have descended from the high point of my consciousness and strolled with my parents, hunted with my brothers, occasionally went to school to teach the children, and often worked hard for the continuation of peace in the world. Audrey stared at such a dream and felt wistful. She then felt her astral projection rise again, breaking through the borders of the hazy world. She saw her dream grow out of the island of consciousness, like a huge bubble silently enveloping it. The surroundings of this bubble were a gray blur. In the distance she could vaguely see other bubbles, and beneath those bubbles were usually corresponding to an island of consciousness. In the depths of the gray blur was a silent, rippling, shimmering illusory sea that had no bottom. The sea of collective subconscious. This is what the world of the mind looks like from the point of view of a dreamwalker, and a manipulator begins to truly involve the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey nodded in enlightenment and retracted her gaze. Without staying any longer, she forcefully escaped the dream. Everything in front of her returned to normal. It was still pitch black outside the window, and only the gas lamps around the garden emitted light. Audrey then cast her gaze at the full-body mirror in the bedroom. She felt that she hadn't changed much from before. Only upon careful observation would she discover that her pair of green eyes had become clearer and deeper, as though they could reflect the souls of others. Closing her eyes and experiencing the knowledge brought about by the potion, Audrey quickly grasped the core powers of a dreamwalker. Through the guidance and control of dreams, she could obtain information and influence the enemy. This was divided into two aspects. The first was guidance. Similar to the nightmare of the Evernight pathway, it used the different changes in dreams to guide the target to reveal the secrets at the bottom of their hearts. The difference was that a nightmare could forcefully pull a person into a dream, but a dreamwalker couldn't, unless it was complemented by hypnosis. The second was modification. Through the modification of dreams, one could influence the target over time, making them change unknowingly, making them do things they wouldn't normally do. The principle behind this modification was to use the dream as an entry point, using the astral projection as a springboard to gradually infect the target's soul body. Only then would it reflect on the body of heart and mind, rooting itself in the subconscious. Compared to direct hypnosis, this kind of control that stemmed from dreams was gentler, more concealed, and less easily detected. It was suitable for targets at a higher level. From the looks of it, a large number of acts of love at first sight might hide a few or more cases of dream modification. In many best-selling novels, the female lead would often dream of a particular figure and have a romantic and beautiful time with him. Therefore, when she saw the male lead who resembled the figure in her dream, she would quickly sink into it and be filled with the yearning for love. Audrey recalled what she had read in the past and momentarily felt like laughing. To her, be it guidance or modification, they weren't much better than hypnosis. Instead, there was another beyonder power that she liked more: dream traversal. This allowed her body to turn incorporeal, as though she had become a dream elf or a dreamwalker. Not only could she directly hide in the dreams of others, but she could also jump from one dream to another, using this to complete a physical blink. The restriction of this kind of traversal was that the distance between two dreams couldn't exceed 500 meters. Furthermore, it had to be an intelligent creature. In specific environments, this can effectively hide me. Why didn't Vin Rambus directly influence me through dream modification? Is it because this place is protected by the church? The Evernight pathway is also good at matters related to dreams. In thought, Audrey began converging her spirituality. Above the fog in the ancient palace, beside the long, mottled bronze table, Klein and Leonard sat diagonally across from each other. "Why are you suddenly looking for me?" Leonard leaned back in his chair and asked lazily. Regardless, he still remembered that this place belonged to Mr. Fool, so he didn't dare to act too casually. Klein glanced at him and said, "I need your help with something." "Need my help?" Leonard pointed at himself and asked in surprise, "You're referring to Palez, right?" He didn't think he could help Klein, who had already become a demigod. "You know your position very well." Klein sked. "However, I'm indeed looking for you this time. It mainly involves a few dreams." "Dreams?" Leonard was enlightened as he said in puzzlement and amusement, "Klein, you seem to have changed a little. I mean, you've become more like before. You're no longer wearing that gloomy face." Without waiting for Klein's response, he combed his slightly messy illusory hair and smiled. "That's pretty good. Yes, I'm still good at dreams." "Whose dreams are they?" Klein replied without batting an eyelid. "A Ruan soldier from more than 100 years ago, a noble from the 4th epoch, an ascetic from the 3rd epoch, as well as an elf and a giant from the 2nd epoch." "What?" Leonard asked blankly with his green eyes, suspecting if he had heard wrongly. Ignoring the elves and giants from the 2nd epoch, even a noble from the 4th epoch had to choose a specific beyonder pathway and become a saint to survive to this day. It can't be that apart from the Ruan soldier, all of them are angels, right? Entering an angel's dream. It's better to find old man. Leonard's thoughts instantly churned as though he was in a dream. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1090. Klein glanced at Leonard and said with a smile, "Those targets aren't demigods. Those targets aren't even demigods yet. It's only because of certain influences that they've lived until now. This is exactly the secret I want to discover through my dreams." He deliberately emphasized the word lived. Without waiting for Leonard's response, Klein continued, "That 4th epoch aristocrat is a member of the Zoroast family. That noble from the 4th epoch is a member of the Zoroast family. You might be able to use his dream to gain a better understanding of Palaz Zoroast." Old man's descendant. Leonard's heart stirred as he looked forward to Klein's suggestion. Although he had a rather pleasant time interacting with Palaz Zoroast and had gradually developed a certain level of trust in this angel, he still had the most basic level of wariness. After all, he was an outsider who was living in his body. "Don't mention this to Palaz Zoroast for the time being," Klein added at this moment. "Am I such an unreliable person in your mind?" Leonard lampooned and replied in a bad mood, "There's no need to remind me. There's no need to remind me." Seeing that Leonard had agreed, Klein smiled and said, "Get me a few drops of blood when you return. Get me a few drops of blood when you get back. This is necessary for exploring the dream." He didn't specifically mention how to give him the blood. After all, Leonard had at least two methods. One was to sacrifice it to Mr. Fool and ask him to bestow it to the world. The second was to summon the mysterious messenger and place the blood into a bottle before delivering it along with the letter. Blood. Leonard subconsciously repeated the word. In mysticism, one's blood was a rather important and crucial item. It was best not to hand it over to others easily, otherwise one wouldn't even know how they died. And sometimes, death wasn't the most terrifying outcome. After a brief hesitation, Leonard nodded. When will the exploration begin? Klein, who was already prepared, replied, Sunday night, close to midnight. He wanted to give Miss Justice time to converge her spirituality and grasp her powers. All right. Leonard didn't say anything else. Following that, Klein earnestly explained the skills of speaking so that the poet could go back and perfunctorily answer the old grandpa. After returning to the real world, Leonard was deliberating over his words when Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. Why is your ex-colleague looking for you? Is there anything that can't be explained in a letter? Leonard adjusted his sitting posture and chuckled. He's afraid that the letter will be leaked. After all, it might involve that person. Of course, Klein is mainly guarding against you. What I see is what you see. As soon as he finished speaking, Leonard muttered in his heart. That. Pallas Zorost seemed to understand who he was referring to. Yes. Leonard picked up the cup on the table, drank a mouthful of malt beer, and said, he found an ascetic from the Third Epoch, hoping to explore the history of that era through a dream. Leonard was speaking the truth, but it was only a partial truth. This was the technique that Klein had just taught him. An ascetic from the Third Epoch? He's still alive? Pallas Zorost asked in astonishment. Of course, he wasn't too surprised. After all, at his level, even if he didn't know 100 ways to allow people to live from the Third Epoch to the present, he had at least 5 or 6. The most convenient way was to steal the time or life of others for a target. He should still be alive, but in a very special state. Leonard explained what he knew. Pallas Zorost fell silent for 2 seconds before chuckling. Is that so? Then I can only wish you all the blessings of not seeing scenes you shouldn't see in your dreams. Of course, your ex-colleague has the protection of a secret existence. He's definitely prepared. Leonard didn't continue the topic as he suddenly exclaimed. Old man, aren't you curious at all? Don't you want to know the reason for the cataclysm? Don't you want to know the true appearance of the orthodox deities in the Third Epoch? This was the second verbal technique that Klein had taught him. Instead of being asked, it was better to take the initiative to ask. I can roughly guess the situation, Pallas Zorost replied with a sigh in German. Pallas Zoroas replied with a sigh in German. Then, he scoffed. You took the initiative to control the rhythm of the conversation today. This is different from your usual behavior. This means that you're hiding a certain secret in your heart. Not bad, it's much better than before. At least, it's not something that can be seen at a glance. Leonard's expression froze. Pallas then chuckled. Look, I just gave it a try and you exposed yourself. You still lack training. Your ex-colleague is really TSK. Leonard could only respond with a dry chuckle. He put down his cup and leaned forward. He picked up a ritual silver dagger and made a cut, producing a few drops of blood. At the same time, at the Earl of Hall's house, Audrey, who was prepared to fulfill her promise of free help, also held a dagger embedded with gems and moved the tip to the back of her hand. This pain is very mild. This pain is very mild. As she hypnotized herself, she forcefully pulled out a wound. Without using strength, it was impossible to tear through her current skin, even if she didn't reveal her dragon scales. On Sunday night, after attending a ball, Klein returned to 160 Buckland Street. Using the excuse of being tired, he went to bed early. When it was almost midnight, he got out of bed, set up a ritual, and summoned himself. After some work, he sat in the seat that belonged to the world's German sparrow. He also confirmed that once he ended the summoning, he could use the Grey Fog's level to forcefully escape Roselle's travels. At this moment, there were 3 metal bottles and a silver mask in front of him. The former contained his, Leonard's, and Audrey's blood, while the latter was sacrificed by Justice Audrey ahead of time. As she already knew that Mr. Starr would be participating in this dream exploration, she planned on wearing the mask transformed from lie the entire time to hide her true appearance and prevent her identity from being exposed. After examining it for a while, Klein made the hard-covered, dark brown Gurozel's travels fly out from the junk pile and land on the long bronze table. At the same time, he stored the unshadowed crucifix into his body. Right on the heels of that, he pulled Justice Audrey and Leonard above the gray fog. Two crimson beams soared up at the same time, condensing into blurry figures. Audrey and Leonard cast their gazes at the bottom of the long, mottled table, sizing up the items in front of Mr. World. Then, their attention was attracted by the book that looked rather ancient. Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she asked curiously, "Is this exploration related to this book?" "Yes, our goal is in this book," Klein replied with a smile. "In the book?" Leonard asked in surprise. Even as a Red Glove, even though he had read a large number of Beyonder case files, he had never heard of anyone being able to communicate with the characters in books. Klein nodded gently and said, "Yes, this is a magical book. Yes, this is a magical book. Inside is an imaginary world. Some of the things that happen in that world are the contents of the book." Imaginary? Audrey acutely grasped the keyword. A few days ago, she had learned from Mr. World that the Spectator Pathways Sequence 0 was called Visionary. In addition, she had long known that the King of Dragons, the ancient god Ankwelt, was known as the Dragon of Imagination. Klein deliberated for a moment and said, "My description just now might not be accurate enough. My description might not have been accurate enough. It might be a world created from imagination, or a real dream. The only thing I can be certain of is that it was created by the second epoch's ancient god, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt. I obtained it from Vice Admiral Iceberg. An ancient god's relic. It's no wonder it can allow the giants and elves of the second epoch, the ascetics of the third epoch, the human nobles of the fourth epoch, and the Ruan soldiers of the fifth epoch to live to this day." Leonard was enlightened as he couldn't help but size up the world German sparrow. It was hard to imagine how much he had experienced after leaving Tingen. At this moment, Klein surveyed the area and pushed lie to Miss Justice. "Let's go in." "All right." Audrey wore the silver mask on her face. Leonard looked around and nodded. "All right." Klein immediately picked up the 3 metal bottles, poured out a bit of the blood inside, and smeared it on the cover of Rozel's Travels. "So this is the effect of the blood." Just as this thought flashed through Audrey's mind, a white blizzard suddenly appeared in front of her. Amidst the snowflakes the size of goose feathers and the biting cold wind, a city with walls that were more than 15 meters tall stood not far away. The soldiers wearing leather armor were hiding in a spot that could shelter them from the blizzard. As long as there weren't any caravans, they were unwilling to intercept ordinary pedestrians. This is the imaginary world. It's just like the real thing. As Leonard looked around, he spread out his palm and caught a few snowflakes. He found them ice-cold and quickly melted into water. After confirming the environment, Leonard suddenly realized something. Klein maintained the image of a cold and refined German sparrow. As for Miss Justice, she wore a silver mask, revealing only the lower half of her face, green eyes, and blonde hair. It made it impossible to imagine what she looked like. As for himself, he didn't disguise himself at all. This was also a habit of official Beyonders. They carried out missions openly and didn't need to disguise themselves. Mr. Starr is indeed undisciplined. His hair is combed very casually. What a pity. Otherwise, with his looks, he could be on the cover of a magazine. As a noble lady who had seen too many handsome men, Audrey politely glanced at Leonard before retracting her gaze. She didn't make too many observations. Klein chuckled inwardly and pointed at the city in the blizzard. "Our first target is the third epoch ascetic, Mr. Snowman. This was the person most likely to be involved with the Amon brothers. According to Klein's plan, after Snowman was Mobit, a noble from the fourth epoch. This was because in comparison, the giant Roselle and the elf Ciatas were involved at a higher level, making it more likely for accidents to happen. It was better to be ranked at the back. After exploring the subconscious of the four through dreams, he would finally enter the sea of collective subconscious of this world to search for the secrets that might exist. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1091. In a relatively remote area of Pesot City, there was a crude-looking cathedral made of stone that was in need of polishing. The most eye-catching and exquisite thing inside was the altar, on which stood a wooden cross and a tall statue of a man carrying a cross. The ascetic, Snowman, was sitting in the front row, facing the statue. He had his head buried and his eyes closed as he prayed intently. He was a middle-aged man who wasn't considered old but had some wrinkles. He wore a simple white robe that had been washed countless times. He had short brown hair, and his exposed arms, shoulders, calves, and feet were covered in all kinds of old scars. At this moment, 2 men and a woman entered the cathedral. The men were wearing black trench coats and trousers that were completely different from their surroundings. However, one of them was wearing a vest, a half-top hat, and a formal bow tie. The other was casually wearing a white shirt. The former had deep lines and a cold expression. The latter had black hair and blue eyes. He looked rather good, but he had the unrestrained aura of a poet. The lady was wearing a long white dress that was tight at the waist. There were ruffles at the cuffs and lace flowers intertwined in front of her chest. She wore an exquisite silver mask on her face, revealing her emerald eyes, high nose bridge, lips and the lower half of her cheeks that were painted with lip gloss. It made people involuntarily imagine how beautiful her full face would be. They were so eye-catching, no matter how one looked at it. However, the passers-by, the few believers in the cathedral, and the praying ascetic didn't even glance at them. They were completely ignored. This was a combination of illusion and psychological invisibility. Audrey was already in an official state of action. She didn't show any obvious curiosity as she swept the area with her eyes and said gently, "The most important problem now is to get Mr. Snowman to sleep. The most important thing now is to get Mr. Snowman to sleep, or we'll have to wait until nightfall. That night in the world." "Relax, it's just a trivial matter," Leonard replied with a smile. Compared to Miss Justice, who only had a few experiences with beyonder matters, as a nighthawk, he had seen too much in such matters. He was very calm, and he even wanted to joke with Klein. Of course, he didn't know that Miss Justice had just hypnotized a demigod. Klein glanced at his former teammate. "Then let's begin." He was carrying the unshadowed crucifix. In less than 3 hours, he would fall back to Sequence 5 and expel the Bizarro Sorcerer Beyonder characteristic, so he naturally didn't want to waste any time. He's back to being a crazy adventurer. TSK. Leonard didn't waste his breath. He raised his hand and combed his hair, his green eyes suddenly becoming deep. Without a sound, the praying ascetic, Snowman, had already fallen into a deep sleep. This is the beyonder power of a nightmare. Audrey's eyes lit up as she muttered to herself in thought. She had actually seen a nightmare before when she was dealing with Sanguine Viscount Ernst Boyer. However, due to the haste, she didn't have a good understanding of it. Only now did she have a complete observation. Right on the heels of that, she raised her hands and grabbed the arms of the world and the star. Using the powers of a dreamwalker, she brought them into Snowman's dream. "I can do it myself." The moment Leonard entered the hazy world, he mumbled. Klein and Audrey didn't listen to what he said. They quickly surveyed the area and took in the entire situation of Snowman's dream. This was also a cathedral, an abnormally majestic cathedral. Ancient stone pillars propped up the towering dome, but it didn't cause the hall to be fragmented. It was still ridiculously wide. The cathedral's door was too tall and wide even for giant. On both sides were candles placed in silver cups, emitting a warm glow. The altar at the front was grand and magnificent. Above it was a grayish-white cross and a cross-bearing statue. The statue's face wasn't too clear, but it gave off the feeling that it was pitying the people of the world. Snowman was also sitting in the first row, facing the altar with his head lowered and eyes closed as he focused on praying. This place is very similar to the abandoned cathedral in Afternoon Town that Little Sun showed us. It should be a building from the same era. Audrey swept her gaze across the brick arches as she whispered. At the same time, she tried hard to calm her curiosity, telling herself to remain calm. Little Sun? How is it small? That fellow is clearly taller and stronger than me. Afternoon Town's abandoned cathedral, Leonard thought in puzzlement while lampooning. When he joined the tarot, Sun had long returned to the City of Silver. Although he would occasionally mention the matter of exploring the giant king's court, he didn't conjure the corresponding scene. Indeed. Klein retracted his gaze and agreed with Miss Justice's words. Then, he said to her, try to guide Snowman's dream and make him divulge the important information in his subconscious. The main point is related to the King of Angels. This mission could be completed by a nightmare or a dreamwalker. The reason why Klein got Miss Justice to do it was to give her more chances to digest the potion. After all, Leonard had long passed that stage. Besides, no matter what, when it came to matters that involved the subconscious, beyonders of the spectator pathway were definitely more professional. Their operations would also be more precise and effective. It was only at this moment that Leonard realized a problem. The powers that Miss Justice showcased involved the domain of dreams. This also meant that she had already advanced to a sequence 5 dreamwalker. Isn't that too fast? Leonard was secretly alarmed and found it unbelievable. He remembered that when he joined the tarot, Miss Justice had mentioned that she had become a hypnotist in less than a month. It had only been about 3 months since then. She has indeed attempted to purchase the advancement ingredients at the tarot gathering, but to be able to completely digest the Sequence 6 hypnotist potion in less than 4 months is already astonishing enough. Thoughts flashed through Leonard's mind. For some baffling reason, he lost his pride in being a Red Gloves captain, a quasi-high-ranking member of the church, and a Sequence 5 spirit warlock. Amidst his thoughts, Audrey tersely acknowledged and took a few steps forward to Snowman's side. Her emerald-green eyes suddenly produced illusory ripples. The ripples constantly sank deep into the depths, returning to darkness and tranquility. An invisible fluctuation was produced as the altar in front of the cathedral suddenly turned blurry. This magnificent object, along with the cross and the statue on it, turned illusory and distorted at the same time before suddenly unfolding, erupting with light and shadows that weren't too intense. The light and shadows intertwined to form a 3-dimensional portrait. It was a towering mountain range with the main peak reaching into the clouds. However, the white clouds didn't dare to hide the main peak as they automatically parted to the 2 sides. At the peak of the mountain stood a huge cross that was taller than the mountain. Sitting in front of it was a majestic figure that was covered in layers of light. 2-winged, 4-winged, and 6-winged angels were either holding horns, playing harps, or flute. They circled around the majestic figure, sometimes praising and sometimes singing. 8 blurry figures with 12 pairs of wings surrounded the majestic deity. They either sat by his feet leaning against him with great reliance, or floated by his sides waiting for orders. Klein had seen such a scene before. He knew that the deity was the ancient god of the sun. He knew that the figures with 12 pairs of wings were the kings of angels. At this moment the ascetic, Snowman, opened his eyes and looked at Audrey. As though he was teaching his student, he said in a deep and solemn voice, "Only a Holy Spirit can truly serve the Lord. Only the Holy Spirit can truly serve the Lord. This is the goal that I've been pursuing all my life. I saw the Lord standing above billions of rays of light, His benevolence sprinkling over heaven and the land. Beside Him there were 8 kings standing. The angel of darkness was the first angel created by the Lord. He was His left hand, his agent, and the deputy of heaven. The angel of imagination was the Lord's eldest son. The Lord said that in the distant future, you would become the savior of all living beings. The angel of time was the Lord's second son. The Lord said that you were the god of trickery, the god of mischief, the light of the apocalypse. The white angel, the angel of wind, and the angel of fate were the Lord's loyal followers. They were firm, brave, and pious. They went from weak to strong, never changing. The angel of wisdom was redeemed due to repentance and was sanctified due to redemption. He was the exact opposite of those who had fallen to the ground after eating the fruits of sin. The war angel is the Lord's wrath, the Lord's punishment. He came to the land to make war. From the looks of it, this ascetic has never been to the divine kingdom of the ancient God of the Sun, nor has he truly seen any king of angels. What he presented and described should be the contents of the religious canon back then. In other words, what he said just now is official. From the looks of it, Dark Angel Sasser is indeed the leader of the kings of angels. He was most trusted by the ancient God of the Sun, and he's known as the deputy of heaven. But even such an existence was bewitched. I wonder what happened to him in the end. Why are there no traces of him now? Klein seriously listened to Snowman's description and gained a clearer understanding of the kings of angels. He never expected that the ancient God of the Sun would actually prophesy that Adam was the Savior. This left him somewhat confused. These are the complete 8 kings of angels. Leonard was also listening attentively. This was something that old man hadn't told him in detail. It was a true ancient secret that belonged before the cataclysm. Audrey had seen the mural of the 3 kings of angels devouring the City of Silver's creator, and through the corresponding images, she had matched them to the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. At that moment she wasn't too surprised. She turned her head and looked at the world and the star, calmly interpreting the hidden meaning of the sentences. According to Mr. Snowman, the dark angels were created. The 3 kings of angels, pure white, wind, and fate, followed the ancient God of the Sun from a weak stage and grew up step by step. The weak here might be referring to sequence 4. The cherubim should be an outsider who joined later on. It's very likely that he was in a hostile faction. Upon hearing Miss Justice's words, Klein suddenly thought of a name. It was the legendary dragon of wisdom of the City of Silver, Haraburgen. He then nodded and gestured for Miss Justice to continue. After reciting a few related scriptures, Snowman suddenly said solemnly, "Our diocese has cultists who believe in the Evernight hiding. This is a decree from the kings. Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 1092. A cultist who believes in the Evernight. Upon hearing Snowman's words, the 3 of them more or less felt a little embarrassed. Klein, Audrey, and Leonard were all related to the Evernight goddess. One was a standard cultist who believed in the Evernight, the other wasn't just a cultist, but a quasi-high-ranking member of the cult, an elite squad leader. The last one was even more powerful. He was directly a blessed of the evil god. Ahem. From the looks of it, the Church of Evernight appeared earlier than recorded in history. It can be traced back to a long time before the cataclysm. However, back then, it existed in the form of a secret organization. Klein cleared his throat and made a simple analysis to break the sudden silence. Audrey pursed her lips and nodded. She continued guiding Snowman's dream, allowing him to reveal the information regarding the kings of angels that existed in his subconscious. Unfortunately, Snowman was only a sequence 5 ascetic. He was considered a quasi-high-ranking member of the 5th epoch, allowing him to come into contact with many important figures and historical secrets. However, he didn't have such a status before the cataclysm. He couldn't even enter the divine kingdom on earth, so he naturally didn't know much about the kings of angels and the ancient sun god. What he knew was limited to what was recorded in various religious texts. However, Klein acutely noticed that he had mentioned something. There were traces of giants in the northern mountain range. This mountain range was now known as Antares, and it was located in Faceac. This made it easy for Klein to link this piece of news to the Faceac citizens claiming to be descendants of giants, and the god of combat's true form being a giant. Seeing that there was nothing related to the kings of angels, Audrey turned to guiding Snowman's dream, presenting him with the most important matters that had the deepest impact on him. The majestic cathedral they were standing on began to shake as it silently changed. In just a few seconds, the size of the cathedral shrunk. Outside was a square that had been renovated. Snowman knelt down in front of the cross and the statue, his body bathed in pure sunlight. A vague figure in a simple priest's robe appeared on his side and said in a loud and solemn voice, "Don't worry." He said in a grand and solemn voice, "You willingly chose the path of ascetic cultivation. You gave up love, distanced yourself from enjoyment, and didn't wield power. You tempered your body and tempered your mind. Step by step, you walked into heaven and approached my Lord." Snowman kissed the ground devoutly and said, "I willingly chose the path of asceticism. I gave up on love, distanced myself from enjoyment, and refused to wield power. I tempered my body, tempered my spirit, and served my master. From today onwards, this will never change. From today onwards, this will never change." The more Snowman spoke, the more determined he became. In the end, he repeated his promise with a solemn expression. This is the matter that left the deepest impression on him and has the greatest impact on him. Audrey turned her head and said to the world and the star, recalling Snowman's performance all this while, recalling that even though he was trapped in the world of the book, he hadn't given up on his faith and stopped his ascetic cultivation. Klein nodded slightly and sighed. He was a true ascetic. Audrey retracted her gaze and guided Snowman to say or present the matters that were more important to him. Then, she walked back to the world and the star's side and said in a gentle voice, "That's right. There shouldn't be anything else." Klein glanced at Snowman. "Let's go to the next location." In a particular house in Pesot City, Mobit, who had flaxen hair, dark brown eyes, a high-nose bridge, and thin lips, was wearing a slightly furry pajamas. He lay on the bed that was half high and half low. He opened his eyes to look at the ceiling and muttered to himself, "That's right." He opened his eyes to look at the ceiling and muttered to himself, "This year's winter is much colder than before. It's even starting to snow. Although it's almost noon, I don't want to get out of bed at all. Ciadas, as an elf, why are you lazing around in bed? You even pressed your hands and feet on me. I really miss the life when I was single. I could roll around freely in bed, and every corner was mine. It's not like now." Sigh, on the bed, elven songster Ciadas had her body turned sideways as she slept comfortably. Not only did she occupy nearly half the space, but she also left a large amount of space on her side. She was closer to Mobit as she placed her hands and feet on him, squeezing him to the edge of the bed and nearly falling off. After pulling up the blanket from where he was pressed down, Mobit sighed and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep again. Then, he really fell asleep. In the dream, he sat in front of the bar counter of a tavern, occasionally sipping hard liquor and gulping down beer. He didn't return home as he waited for Ciadas to plead with him. "Is this the aristocrat from the fourth epoch?" At the entrance of the tavern, Leonard glanced at Klein. Klein gave an answer that was without a doubt. "Yes." Mr. Starr's tone and actions indicate that he's more nervous than before. He seems to care a lot about this aristocrat from the fourth epoch. According to the information previously revealed by Mr. World, someone Mr. Starr knows might have seen the second blasphemy slate, and this is a very ancient divine item. Although I can't rule out the possibility that it was seen in the fifth epoch, in comparison, powerhouses from the fourth epoch have a greater chance of coming into contact with it. Therefore, this aristocrat from the fourth epoch is definitely related to the person Mr. Starr knows? Through careful observation and interpretation, Audrey gained a preliminary understanding of certain matters. With this premise, she quickly made a judgment. Mr. Starr would take the initiative to suggest that he guide the dream this time. As expected, the fourth epoch advocates asymmetrical beauty. This outfit really makes me uncomfortable. After Leonard teased, he looked at Miss Justice and the world Klein Moretti and said, "I'll do it this time." "Okay." Audrey smiled and responded in a light tone. And this was a development that Klein was happy to see, so he naturally would not stop it. "No problem." Leonard straightened the collar of his shirt and walked to the bar counter. He sat beside Mobit and ordered a glass of locally produced Sanjen beer. After gulping down a mouthful, he suddenly said, "You look like a member of the Zoroast family. Everyone here knows." "No, it's not just people." Mobit took a sip of his wine and continued looking ahead. Leonard smiled and shook his head. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Pallas Zoroast student." He planned on using this identity to build a closer relationship and lower the level of ostracism so as to facilitate the subsequent guidance. Indeed, the person that Mr. Starr knows is also a noble from the fourth epoch, a member of the Zoroast family. I wonder what level he's at. So Mr. Starr's secret identity is the student of some important figure. No, he doesn't sound confident enough. He thinks of himself as a student? Audrey confirmed her guess, and the smile on her face became even more obvious. After listening to Leonard's self-introduction, Mobit finally turned his head and sized him up before scoffing. He scoffed and said, "Student? You're the target of the parasite, right?" Leonard's expression instantly froze. The target of the parasite? Although Audrey was already mentally prepared, she couldn't help but twitch her eyebrows. As for Klein, he had a hard time holding back his laughter. Of course, he didn't believe that there was anything wrong with Leonard pretending to be Pallas Zoroast's student. If he were in Leonard's shoes, he would have said the same. He couldn't directly say that he was a parasite, right? Furthermore, their relationship as friends would appear too distant, making it difficult for any further inquiries. The problem this time was that no one expected Mobit to directly guess the truth. After chuckling, Mobit looked at Leonard's slightly stiff face and said, "Don't worry. You aren't a member of our Zoroast family. How can you become Old Man's student? You can only be the target of the parasite." At this point, he slowed down a little. "Don't worry, Old Man isn't too bad. He won't really occupy your body. After the parasite ends, he'll at most take away a few years of your life. After all, you're still young. Raising a sequence will make up for it. In fact, most Beyonders don't live to the end of their natural age. Why must I take away a few years of my life?" Leonard subconsciously asked. Mobit picked up his wine glass and gulped down a mouthful before replying in a slightly dazed manner, "That's right." He replied in confusion, "Since I've already been parasitized, I have to steal something." Leonard snapped to his senses and asked in surprise, "You also call him Old Man?" "Of course, we all call him Old Man, He never expressed any objections. Mobit suddenly sighed and said, "He is my great-grandfather. I haven't seen him in a long time. It's been 1,000 years, no, 2,000 years. So Old Man indulges me in calling him Old Man because it allows him to recall certain beautiful memories of the past. I wonder if any of his direct descendants are still alive." Leonard suddenly felt wistful. As for Audrey, while she was amused by the phrase, "I have to steal something," she was rather surprised to grasp the word him. This meant that old Mr. Pallas Zoroast was an angel. Indeed, Audrey had already expected this. At this moment, Mobit acutely noticed a keyword. "Also? Why did you say also? Do you also call him Old Man?" Leonard nodded seriously. Mobit was immediately puzzled as he carefully sized up Leonard. "Could it be that you have the bloodline of our Zoroast family?" "I don't know," Leonard answered truthfully. Mobit shook his head. Doesn't look like it. Perhaps Old Man suffered a huge blow and changed to a certain extent. I know that. Leonard deliberated and said, Him was nearly killed by blasphemer Amon. He was nearly killed by blasphemer Amon. He still hasn't recovered. Roselle's travels was currently above the grey fog. It didn't matter which deity's true name was mentioned inside, as it wouldn't be sensed anyway. Therefore, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey could freely talk about Amon and Adam. That powerful and terrifying ancestor of the Amon family really exists. Mobit's voice subconsciously turned soft. Leonard finally grasped the initiative and began asking. The nobles of the Solomon Empire seem to be very cold and evil. Why isn't the Zoroast family the same? P.S. Recommended book, Becoming an Immortal with Paywalls, the story of a lousy game producer who transmigrated to a world of cultivation and magic. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 1093. Mobit glanced at Leonard and said doubtfully, It's not too cruel and evil. He immediately picked up the wine glass and gulped down a mouthful. Don't you know that the higher the sequence, the colder and more serious the tendency towards madness? Which noble family of the Solomon Empire did not have an angel? They were definitely different from normal people. As for the degree of evil and coldness, it has to do with the anchors chosen and the characteristics of one's beyonder pathway. In this aspect, I'm not sure about my great-grandfather's situation. All I know is that he is very kind to us, and his words and actions are relatively casual. In addition, the rules that His Majesty the Emperor made have a key point, which is that they are not coordinated. If all the great nobles have the same style, he will definitely not be satisfied. I thought of the first reason, but the second one was a little unexpected. It was a little funny. Did the Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor turn himself into an obsessive-compulsive disorder? It has to be uncoordinated. Klein didn't wear a mask that was too thick. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, Audrey turned her head to look at him and voiced the question that she and Mr. Starr shared. Anchor? They all knew that the aesthetics of the Fourth Epoch were asymmetrical and uncoordinated. They tacitly accepted this as common sense, so they did not think deeply about why there was such an aesthetic. To the gods, believers and beliefs are anchors, Klein explained simply. Is that so? Audrey felt that her horizons had been broadened, allowing her to examine the relationship between gods and believers from a different perspective. At the same time, she thought with some confusion, at the beginning of Mr. Fool's awakening, he probably didn't have many believers. At that time, what was his anchor? Leonard listened carefully to Klein's reply, and his expression became uncontrollably serious. He seemed to have thought of many things in an instant. He quickly returned his attention to Mobit and deliberated for a moment. What kind of angel is Pallas Zoroast? What are his habits? This. Leonard was still very careful. He still didn't completely believe that the grandpa in him was Pallas Zoroast. Yes, I can't eliminate the possibility that the real Pallas has already perished, and the one alive is an impostor. To an angel of the marauder pathway, this is a common occurrence, and from the point of view of a secret existence, replacing that identity is equivalent to having that identity. They wouldn't deliberately expose it, hee. Leonard is more reliable than I thought when it comes to matters that are more important, interesting, and related to his own safety. If not, he wouldn't have discovered that I was still alive. As for other aspects, he's too sloppy, too used to following past experience. It's not that he's brainless. He's just too lazy to use it. Klein couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mobit was stunned for 2 seconds before drinking another mouthful of distilled spirits. Old man acts like an ordinary old man at home. He's a little naggy, likes to discourage his descendants, and loves to enjoy life. If I didn't know about it ahead of time, no one would have guessed that he is a Sequence 1 angel. He and His Majesty the Emperor's aesthetic standards are a little different. He is obsessed with categorization and emphasizes cleanliness and neatness. When facing enemies, he's good at deception. He likes to deal with his target in a way that makes him break down. This is in line with the characteristics that Old Man has shown so far. Leonard nodded slightly and asked, "Do you have a portrait of him? Do you have a portrait of him?" "How can I bring a portrait with me? It's not like I'm looking for someone." Mobit shook his head in amusement. At this moment, Leonard suddenly pointed to the side. "Isn't that it?" "Ah!" Mobit turned his head in confusion and puzzlement and realized that an oil painting had appeared on his right hand at some point in time. As he picked up the oil painting, the content on it gradually became clear, revealing an old man with dark brown eyes. The man's hair was completely white, and it wasn't too sparse. It was neatly combed back. There were almost no wrinkles on his forehead, the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth. He didn't look that old. It was obvious that he looked pretty good when he was young. He resembled Mobit, but his overall bearing was more solemn. "I really can't tell that he's a Sequence 1 angel. Is this also because he didn't reveal his mythical creature form?" Audrey tiptoed and glanced at the oil painting. After Leonard memorized the contents of the portrait, he raised a few more questions related to the Zoroast family and received a rather satisfactory answer. The only exception was the names of the potions from Sequence 3 to Sequence 0. Mobit wasn't sure either. He only vaguely knew that Sequence 1 seemed to be called Worm of Time. After ending the topic, Leonard asked about the Solomon Empire. "In your era, what are the great nobles of the empire?" "There aren't many families with dukes." Mobit put down his wine glass and spread out his palms. "Our Zoroast family, the House of Abraham, the Zeridal family. In addition, although the Medici family and Lord Ouroboros don't have a noble title, their status isn't inferior to the great nobles." With every word he said, he curled a finger and clenched it into a fist. Then, he smiled and said, "Back then, although Tudor and Trensostal were His Majesty's most loyal angels, they were still ranked below us, alongside Augustus and Castilla. The history of the Augustus family can actually be traced back to the era of the Solomon Empire." While feeling somewhat surprised, Audrey listened even more attentively. Leonard thought for a moment and continued asking, what was the situation like in the northern continent in that era? All living beings were subservient to His Majesty. Even deities acknowledged His Majesty's rule in order to resist the opposing forces. Mobit chuckled and said, "They all had their own countries attached to them in relatively barren places. In short, Evernight, the god of combat, and death were in a standoff. The three gods of storm, blazing sun, and wisdom had great conflicts with each other. The attitude of the land was ambiguous, but it was more inclined towards the god of combat. This caused them to be unable to work together in a stable manner, making it difficult for them to resist the alliance of His Majesty and the true Creator." At this point, Mobit sighed. It was also for the sake of balance that His Majesty didn't attack the southern continent. He allowed death to unify the harvest plains and the ancient forest, establishing the Balaam kingdom. No, in the end, the 6 deities came to an agreement. Hence, the Black Emperor perished, and the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire was established. Leonard recalled some of the things that Pallas Zoroast had mentioned, and for some baffling reason, he felt the vicissitudes of history. At this moment, Mobit turned his head again and looked at him. "Do you have a cigarette? This little thing that came from the believers of the true Creator isn't bad." Leonard immediately mobilized his dream and conjured a cigarette before handing it over. "Is this an improved one?" Mobit reached out his right hand and stole a ball of fire from the kitchen behind the tavern. He lit the cigarette and took a deep puff. Seeing the smoke puffing out of his nostrils, Leonard asked curiously, "The believers of the true Creator like to smoke?" "Yes, even Lord Medici occasionally smokes a few, although it's just a habit for him," Mobit answered without hiding anything. Leonard nodded slightly and asked, "Which deity do you believe in?" "Of course it's His Majesty. All the nobles of the Empire believe in His Majesty." Other than Lords Medici and Ouroboros, they believe in the true creator. Also, Duke Bethel Abraham might just be a fake believer. As far as I know, he only believes in himself, Mobit said casually. Bethel Abraham. Klein's heart stirred. Just as he was about to signal Leonard to ask further in this regard, he heard the poet ask, "Is Duke Bethel Abraham very powerful?" Clearly, the ancestor of the House of Abraham was very eye-catching due to his completely different performance from the other nobles of the empire. Very powerful. Even Lord Medici and Lord Ouroboros are wary of him. Mobit puffed out another ring of smoke and said, "In the era of strife, he is publicly recognized as one of the angels most likely to become a god." Era of strife? Leonard asked in puzzlement. Mobit looked at the slowly burning cigarette in his hand. The smell isn't stimulating enough. Heh. The era of strife refers to the period from the end of the cataclysm to the establishment of the empire. It's about 112 years. The ancestor of our Zoroast family, who first became an angel, perished during the era of strife. Fortunately, we had the help of His Majesty, who had yet to become a god, so we didn't lose our Beyonder characteristic. Who did it? Leonard immediately pressed. Mobit shook his head. I'm not a sequence 4 yet, so there are many things I'm not qualified to know. Let's talk about Duke Bethel Abraham. I actually don't know much about him, but I'm very interested in their family and the Beyonder pathway they control. It's said that apprentices can roam the cosmos when they reach sequence 2. There are also rumors that it's sequence 3. Cosmos? Klein's pupils dilated slightly as he became more focused. At this moment, Mobit continued. They left behind quite a number of travel notes regarding the cosmos. There are many interesting things recorded in them. Unfortunately, I've never been able to borrow them. However, I've heard of the 3 rules they concluded for roaming the cosmos. 1. Don't respond to any calls. 2. Don't rashly approach unknown creatures and buildings. 3. Endure loneliness. It sounds like the cosmos is vast and dangerous. I wonder if the House of Abraham still has any travel notes related to the cosmos. I'll get Miss Magicians to ask later. Klein swept his gaze and happened to meet Miss Justice's gaze. The two of them immediately understood that the other had also thought of Miss Magicians. Leonard did the same. He nodded slightly and asked about other matters. During this process, as Mobit reminisced, the dream changed. Following that, they saw the appearances of Medici, Ouroboros, and other high-ranking figures. Of course, as Mobit rarely interacted with the Black Emperor and Bethel Abraham, he didn't dare look at them directly. Their images were a blur. Towards the end, Audrey grabbed Klein and Leonard's arms and jumped into Ciatas's dream with them. This elvish songster was standing in the garden, holding her stomach as she frowned at Mobit. "Can you steal the fetus in my stomach and stuff it into your body?" "I can, but even if it's stuffed into my body, I won't be able to give birth to him," Mobit replied with a look of fear. Ciatas thought seriously. "Then should we steal the corresponding organs as well?" "It's still possible to succeed if it's just stealing, but there's nothing I can do after that. This is beyond my capabilities," Mobit said in a trembling voice. The conversation between the human and elf left Klein, Leonard, and Audrey dumbfounded. "Shall I do it this time?" After a few seconds, Audrey took the initiative to suggest. Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1094. Upon hearing Miss Justice's suggestion, Klein thought for a moment and said, "It revolves around the history of the Second Epoch. The Elf Queen, Queen of Calamity, Kohainum, the lifestyle habits of the elves, the most ancient language, as well as the legendary Western continent, guide the dream." "All right." Audrey's eyes moved slightly as she revealed a thoughtful expression. She digested the information hidden in Mr. World's words. Right on the heels of that, she walked to the side of the elvish songster. Under her guidance, Mobit's figure in the garden quickly turned blurry and disappeared from Ciatas's dream. Audrey's green eyes rippled once again as her lips quivered, as though she was chanting something. The entire world of dreams began to shake. The garden was like a reflection on the lake's surface as it was smashed into shimmering fragments by an invisible rock that flew out of nowhere. These fragments quickly gathered together, but what was restored was no longer a garden, but a palace that looked like it was formed from coral. Every detail of the palace was abnormally gorgeous, and the entire structure was tall and spectacular. However, due to it being under layers of blue seawater, there was no way to see the sky. It appeared dark and gloomy. Inside, coral pillars propped up an exaggerated dome. The walls and ceiling were filled with murals that depicted the horrors of storms. On these murals and corals, silver bolts of lightning followed a certain trajectory as though they had a life of their own. Finally, they gathered at the 9 steps that were inlaid with pearls, diamonds, emeralds, and sapphires. Ciadas was standing there, and there were many elves opposite and beside her. And on the 9 steps, there were 2 gigantic seats that seemed to be formed from pure lightning. One occupied the center, as though it was the ruler of this palace and this world. The other was on its left, appearing inconspicuous. On the throne in the center sat a man wearing a simple and loose robe. His ears were pointed and tall, his facial contours were relatively soft, and his hair was thick, black and blue. Not only were his facial features outstanding on their own, they were even more handsome when put together. However, he gave off a tyrannical feeling, as if he would pick up the lightning spear leaning against the armrest and throw it forward if he didn't say a word correctly. Sitting next to him was a beautiful woman. Her hair was black and glossy, tied into a high bun. Her ears were slightly pointed, and her facial features were exquisite. She had a pair of brown eyes that were as deep as the ocean. She was playing with a golden wine cup with complicated patterns in her hand. Without needing Ciadas's introduction, Klein and company could easily determine that the couple was the Elf King, the ancient god Sanaithrim, and the Elf Queen, Queen of Calamity, Kohinum. Ormer, that traitor! Suddenly, a loud, thunderous voice sounded, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. It made Ciadas and the other attendants lower their heads in fear. This roar came from the ancient god. Isn't that the name of the giant king, Ormer? I've even drunk a red wine named after him recently. I have to say that the quality is indeed higher than others. It's just a little expensive. As Klein listened to the ringing in his ears, he casually let his thoughts wander. He remembered that Little Sun had once said that the 3 humanoid ancient gods, Giant King Ormer, Elf King Sanaithrim, and Sanguine Ancestor Lilith, were allies. They were fighting against the camp formed by Dragon of Imagination Anquelt, Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, and Mutant King Kvastor. Devil Monarch Fabudi and Annihilation Demonic Wolf Fleegria were lone rangers who wanted to corrupt and subvert everything. Therefore, the alliance of the 3 humanoid ancient gods eventually broke down? Klein reined in his thoughts and waited for the subsequent changes in the dream. Due to Sun's existence, Audrey wasn't unfamiliar with the history of the Second Epoch. Without any hesitation, she allowed Ciadas's dream to continue developing. Under the terrifying roar, Queen of Calamity Kohinum wasn't affected at all. Her expression was cold as she calmly said, with a cold expression, she said relatively calmly, "Isn't this already a confirmed fact? His reputation is the exact opposite of his size." At this moment, the ancient god Sanaithrim's body had already been enveloped by bolts of lightning. His voice was like thunder as he said, "I thought that after centuries, he would understand the situation in the world better. I overestimated his intelligence. If it wasn't for his betrayal back then, how could Lilith have perished?" Sanguine Ancestor Lilith perished so early? Klein's eyelids twitched as he quickly focused his attention. After the Elf King finished roaring, Queen of Calamity Kohinum maintained her posture and said, "That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing." At the very least, Kvastor and Fleegria were dragged to the grave by Lilith. All the gods no longer trust each other. Even if we don't form an alliance with anyone, we can still rule over the seas, lakes, and rivers. Upon hearing these words, as a spectator, Audrey couldn't help but feel astonished. She couldn't help but use placate on herself. This means that sanguine ancestor Lilith, mutant king Kvastor, and annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria perished in a battle between the ancient gods. It was because of the betrayal of giant King Ormur and the other ancient gods, and it actually had nothing to do with the ancient sun god? This is the reason why Lilith isn't dead yet and can still occasionally issue oracles? It's also because of this that the Mother of the Sky in Antigonus and the Hornacis mountain range was preserved and lived to the fourth epoch. Klein was increasingly convinced that the history recorded by the City of Silver was also faked or ambiguous. Thankfully, he hadn't digested the Bizarro Sorcerer potion, so he didn't need to consider advancing to Scholar of Yore for the time being. Otherwise, the history he used might not be real. In ancient times, sanguine ancestor Lilith and mutant king Kvastor perished because of each other. Recently, the sanguine have been cooperating with the temperance faction of the mutant. Time is really the greatest mage. Heh, I wonder what expression Emlyn would have if he were to learn of this matter. Leonard sighed as he listened. As the three of them thought, the ancient god, Saniathrim, snorted. Ormur has recently wanted to cooperate with some secret religions that have appeared among the humans to deal with us together. It's said that this matter is led by Harvest and the Light of Dawn. I even want to cooperate with Ankwelt to destroy the giant king's court. Unfortunately, every time I see that dragon, I have the urge to skewer it and place it on the grill. It's a natural attraction, a delicacy that's most irresistible. Just as he said that, the ancient god's figure suddenly vanished. The entire palace shook violently, causing cracks to appear. Before all of this could subside, there was a flash of lightning, and Saniathrim returned to the huge throne with a spear made purely of lightning in his hand. "You went to the giant king's court?" Kohainem asked. "I taught Ormur a lesson," Saniathrim answered without hiding anything. Ciatas and the other elven attendants lowered their heads even further. They could vaguely see slippery tentacles that were thicker than their bodies swaying on the ground, flashing with silver-white electric snake. Then, they even closed their eyes. Following that, the dream changed as Ciatas recalled her interactions with the other elves. Through their conversation and interaction, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey learned that Ciatas lived in a relatively peaceful era in the Second Epoch. The 5 major races, giants, elves, dragons, devils, and phoenixes, coexisted. They divided the ruling rights of the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas. Vampires, demonic wolves, treants, sea monsters, mutants, humans, and other races were attached to different factions, and they were in the middle and lower rank. This isn't similar to the history recorded by the Church. Even the myths and legends of the City of Silver don't have such matters. Leonard sighed when he heard that. Old man probably doesn't know that much either. That might not be the case. Klein shook his head indiscernibly. Many existences from the Second Epoch have lived to the Fourth Epoch, or even now. For example, that Angel of Wisdom? Leonard asked with a guess. Probably. Klein didn't give an affirmative answer as he said with a smile, "When you spoke to Mobit, I thought you would get Miss Justice to avoid him." Leonard immediately shot a glance at him and yawned. "You previously mentioned that there's an existence behind me who might have seen the second blasphemy slate. Then, when I was communicating with Mobit Zoroast, I deliberately got Miss Justice to avoid him. Wasn't that making her make the connection? Besides, you also mentioned that when dealing with all the avatars of Amon in Bakeland, Miss Justice was involved in the cleanup. To a Sequence 5 spectator, this is already enough. Once I understand the matters regarding the Zoroast family, the truth will be right in front of me. If that's the case, why should I waste time talking about avoiding her? It's so troublesome. I might as well get Mr. Fool to be a witness and have everyone swear not to divulge each other's secrets. If Miss Justice were to avoid him, it wouldn't be good for you to mention swearing a secret, Klein said with a slight nod. At this moment, Ciadas continued. After the sanguine ancestor, the annihilation demonic wolf, and the mutant king perished, some of their subsidiary gods were killed. Some sided with other ancient gods, while others disappeared and lurked in the shadows. Audrey, who had transformed into an elf, immediately asked, "Who sided with whom? Who was killed?" Ciadas recalled and said, "Who sided with whom?" Ciadas recalled and said, "I've never seen it. The sanguine's goddess of life and the mutant king's god of war were killed. No one even remembers their names. The annihilation demonic wolf's god of the dead, Salinger, sided with the phoenix ancestor. The sanguine's goddess of beauty, Alnia, sided with us. The mutant king's god of phase, Tolsna, and the annihilation demonic wolf's goddess of misfortune, Ammonizes, vanished. Salinger, Alnia. These two names made Klein's forehead twitch. He instinctively used his clown powers to maintain his expression. Alnia was the Blood Moon Queen, the wife of the Fourth Epoch's Night Emperor, the Empress of the Tuluan Sostal Empire. And Salinger was the founder of the Balam Empire, the Fourth Epoch's Emperor of the Underworld, Death. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 1095. The subsidiary gods of the Second Epoch are truly filled with hidden talents. Previously, there was the Dragon of Wisdom, Haraburgen, and later, there was the God of the Dead, Salinger. These were all important figures who eventually became Sequence Zero and ascended to the divine throne. Of course, I can't be certain about the Dragon of Wisdom, but it's quite possible, yes. There's also the God of Dawn, Badhile, and the Goddess of Harvest, Omabella. I can't rule out the possibility that they have lived to the Fifth Epoch and are living very well. I wonder if the God of Spiritual Creatures, Tolsna, and the Goddess of Misfortune, Ammonizes, escaped the deity war at the end of the Second Epoch when the City of Silver's creator retracted their authority? If they escaped, what role did they play in the Third Epoch or even the Fourth Epoch? After a moment of shock, Klein sighed inwardly. Thinking back to the betrayal of the kings of angels in the Third Epoch, he couldn't help but lampoon fire, theft, and protection against subsidiary gods. At that moment, Audrey, who didn't know much about the true names and authorities of the subsidiary gods, didn't show any emotions. She acted as one female elf after another in Ciadas's memories and constantly chatted with her, allowing her to tell her everything she knew about the Second Epoch. According to Ciadas, in the Annals of the Elves, there was no concept of the First Epoch and Second Epoch. In the beginning, it was chaotic, dark, and crazy. There was a lack of written information. It was only when the supernatural races gradually gained a certain level of rationality and had their own written language that living beings began to have a certain level of understanding of history. In that era, the ancient gods appeared one after another. The sky, land, sea, and underground slowly transitioned from absolute disorder to a certain level of order. However, other than the ancient gods who were tyrannical and crazy, no one knew how long this stage took. All they knew was that it was a very, very long time ago, and it was called the Sprouting Era by the various supernatural races. After the Sprouting Era, it was the glorious era of fire, where the 8 ancient gods fought against each other. This was also a long time before Ciadas's birth. She could only learn from her race's annals that it was a time when panhumans fought against non-human races, resisting the corruption and erosion of devils and demonic wolves. Among them, humans were the vassals or even slaves of giants, elves, and sanguine. The duration of the glorious era of fire varied from record to record, but the common point was that it was less than 1,000 years. This was because the ancient gods were inherently crazy, tyrannical, cruel, and cold. They were often driven by their instincts. After blood race primogenitor Lilith, mutant king Kvastion, and annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria fell in a betrayal, the glorious era of fire came to an end. Wars broke out frequently, and the world suffered damage that didn't stop for centuries. World of giants and dragons of dragons. When the 5 races formed a new balance, the northern continent, southern continent, eastern continent, and 5 seas restored a certain degree of peace. Ciadas was born and grew up in this era until she entered Gurozel's travels. In the history she described, there were 2 important points. First, the eastern continent did exist, and it was where the giant king's court was. Second, after the sprouting era, the various Beyonder races actually had their own civilizations. They weren't as irrational as suspected by future generations. Of course, tyrannical, cruel, cold, and bloodthirsty tendencies were common. They seemed to be in a state of half-control. It was only after the Twin Era that the new generation of elves and giants became more rational and possessed emotions, just like Ciadas and Gurozel. The eastern continent seems to be the forsaken land of the gods. It was abandoned during the cataclysm? Similar thoughts surfaced in Klein, Leonard, and Audrey's minds. They were very interested in this, but unfortunately, Ciadas had always lived in the Elf King's court. She would occasionally head out to cruise at sea, and she had never been to the eastern continent. She lacked sufficient understanding. Influenced by Justice Audrey, Ciadas's dream began to show the origins of the elves' living customs and language. In the legends that the queen's maidservant had heard, the elvish language was created by the king in the sprouting era. Every word was accompanied by the birth of a first-generation elf, and the number of elvish words corresponded to the number of first-generation elves. And the living customs of the elves weren't very uniform. It was heavily dependent on the surrounding environment. The elves in the sea and the elves in the forest were undoubtedly very different in various customs. What they had in common was that they believed in the king, who was an ancient god, and his queen. They liked to use the blood of prey to make food. They had a wide range of cooking techniques, and even the sea elves would often come to the reef for a bonfire party. They were close to nature and were good at using all kinds of spices. They revered the strong, and they were proud that their actions were faster than their thoughts. Myths and reality are mixed together, making it difficult to tell which is real and which is fake. The living customs have destroyed some of my previous guesses. Klein listened with a seemingly unchanged expression as he quickly analyzed every word that Ciadas said. After figuring out the relevant matters, Audrey circled around the keyword, Western Continent, and changed Ciadas's dream, reflecting some of the memories that existed in her subconscious. The Coral Palace returned to Klein and Company. Ciadas followed behind Queen of Calamity Kohinum and walked to a crystal window. She glanced at the queen's intricate dress and stole a glance at the god, who wielded the power of catastrophes. She asked curiously, "Your Highness, are you looking west?" To the elves, as long as they didn't feel the oppression of violence, they would ask any questions on the spot. "Why do you think so?" Kohinum didn't turn her head as she asked with an indifferent expression. "I just learned of a legend. Us elves originated from the Western Continent," Ciadas replied. "Your Highness, does the Western Continent really exist? Is it really the birthplace of the first elves?" The corners of Kohinum's mouth curled up slightly as she said with a slightly ethereal voice, "The Western Continent might exist, but it might not exist either. Every race needs to give themselves an illustrious origin, a homeland of the soul." "Ciadas, where is the homeland in your heart?" "My homeland?" Ciadas repeated the question and answered blankly. "It's where the king and his highness are. It's this palace that leads to the forest where my parents live." As she said this, Ciadas's emotions gradually turned heavy, dejected, and melancholic. Clearly, she had been influenced by the corresponding memories in her subconscious. She had entered travels and left her homeland for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Therefore, to you, the Western Continent doesn't exist, but to some elves, it's absolutely real. Queen of Calamity Kohinum calmly gave the final answer. Ciadas didn't ask again because she suddenly remembered that the queen wasn't a first-generation elf. Such an answer left Klein even more confused and puzzled. Thankfully, from the second epoch to the fifth epoch, the Western continent didn't have any presence at all. It wouldn't involve any important secrets related to him. He only wanted to learn about it in passing and didn't have much expectations. After ending the guidance of Ciatas's subconscious, Audrey, Klein, and Leonard left and appeared in Mobit and Ciatas's bedroom, since it was almost noon and there weren't any other dreams that they could jump into. Looking at the fourth era Viscount, who was tightly entangled by the elf and curled up in a corner of the asymmetrical bed, Audrey's expression suddenly softened. She said with a smile, "That's right." With a smile, she said, "They don't seem too bad as they are now. No, no, no. It's terrifying to have such a violent, direct, imaginative, and daring wife. Only someone like Mobit would like and enjoy it." Leonard, who didn't have the talent of a poet but had the freedom of a poet, stuffed his hands into his pockets and shook his head seriously. At this point, he muttered thoughtfully, "That's right. I wonder what the other members of Old Man's family like. Ciatas, they don't need us to be envious or object to them. This is how they get along." Roselle the Great once wrote a poem, "Life is precious, but love is even more valuable." As Klein listened to the duo's discussion, he opened his mouth and closed it again. He didn't mention that Ciatas and Mobit were already dead. Only at the moment of their deaths did they truly feel each other's love. The ones living here were only replicas created by the world in the book. As Klein listened to the duo's discussion, he opened his mouth and closed it again. He didn't mention that Ciatas and Mobit were already dead. It was only at the moment of their deaths that they truly felt each other's love. The living ones here were only replicas created by the world in the book. After leaving the couple's house, the trio headed for Roselle's blacksmith shop. On the way, when they passed by a street, Klein saw Frunzier, who was known as a philosopher. Audrey also recognized him at a glance as someone from Rouen. "Is that the soldier from more than 100 years ago?" Audrey slowed down and asked. Klein recalled Frunzier's longing for his hometown and the ashes he had placed in Bakeland's cemetery. After 2 seconds of silence, he nodded gently. "Yes. Mr. World is feeling a little wistful. He's like a calm river on the surface, but there are many turbulent currents and whirlpools beneath." Audrey nodded indiscernibly. "Can I enter his dream? I wish to obtain the potion formulas for judge and disciplinary paladin." "No problem," Klein replied as he glanced at Leonard. Leonard still had his hands in his pockets, but his eyes instantly turned deep. Frunzier, who was sitting on a bench, fell into a deep sleep. Right on the heels of that, the trio appeared in his dream. This was a bustling city with many wooden houses. The pedestrians that came and went were mostly from Rouen. The black-haired, blue-eyed Frunzier stood outside a house, not daring to approach it. Only when a woman in an old dress came out did he rush forward in excitement, spread out his arms, and attempted to hug her. His hug passed through the woman, and the two of them didn't interact at all. Frunzier froze on the spot as he shouted in a daze. Mommy, Audrey, who had wanted to directly guide the dream, silently watched this scene. Then, she sized up her surroundings and discovered the iconic clock. Bakeland. Audrey pursed her lips, turned her head, and looked at Klein with a converged gaze. "Are they unable to leave the world in the book? Too much time has passed. If they were to leave, they would directly age, die, or even be eroded by the elements." Klein's tone was like a calm, surging river. "I've sent an item from Frunzier back to Bakeland. This." As a spectator, Audrey acutely sensed the cruel reality hidden behind those words. She couldn't help but raise her head and look out of the dream, towards where Mobit and Ciatas were. Leonard originally wanted to ask what it was, but after looking around, he maintained his silence. Following that, Audrey seriously guided the dream. After obtaining 2 potion formulas, she allowed Frunzier to return home and live happily with his parents, siblings, and sisters. This was a beautiful dream. After leaving Frunzier's location, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey quickly saw Roselle's home. This was the last stop of their exploration. After obtaining the information from the giant Roselle's subconscious, they would enter the world in the book's sea of collective subconscious to seek the secrets behind the book's existence. Note 1. Quoted from Hungarian poet Petőfi's Freedom and Love P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1096. This. Which one is Roselle? In the dream, Leonard looked ahead blankly. There was a huge bonfire, and around it were more than 10 grayish-blue-skinned cyclopes that looked no different from each other. To be honest, I wouldn't have been able to recognize them without the powers of a faceless. To me, if there's no difference in age, hairstyle, height, scars, clothes, or maturity, giants all look the same. Klein mumbled inwardly as he calmly turned his head to look at Miss Justice, as though saying that she was a spectator and that this shouldn't be difficult for her. Audrey raised her hand and pointed at a giant who was gulping down alcohol and would occasionally roar in praise. That's Roselle. It looks like in the traditions of the giants, the way to express affirmation and praise isn't by clapping, but by roaring. The louder the roar, the higher the level of praise. Miss Justice is acting like a folklorist. Thankfully, it's just roaring and not singing, otherwise the noise would be worse. It's obvious that the giants here aren't good at music. Their roars didn't have any sense of rhythm. Klein nodded slightly and said to Audrey, "Begin the guidance." As Audrey went forward, Leonard retreated. He raised his right hand and stroked his chin. "Tell me, in the second epoch, which Beyonder race widely possessed the Beyonder characteristics of the Evernight pathway? Isn't it the demonic wolf?" Klein glanced at Leonard, wondering if his poet had contracted the traditional disease of the Nighthawks, a bad memory. "I know." Leonard maintained his posture as he said with a slightly odd expression, "Then how did they act as the Midnight Poet? Or should I say, the name of the potion back then was Midnight Roar? In the beginning, there wasn't a potion name." Klein accidentally let Leonard lead his train of thought astray. Immediately, the scene of this fellow squatting on the ground and howling at the moon surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but mutter, "This might be more suitable for you. There's no need to write a poem. It's very simple." The corners of Leonard's mouth twitched. "There are different types of poets too. I'm a reciter." As the two of them chatted, Audrey's guidance gradually advanced. Roselle's dream revealed the waning forest, the barren tunnel, a corner of the giant king's court, Dawn Town, the kingdom of gold, and other places. As Roselle wasn't a servant of the giant king and the other deities, he could only occasionally see these high-level existences when he was on duty in the waning forest or certain palaces or passageways of the king's court. Furthermore, he didn't dare look at them directly and had to kneel on one knee and bow his head to welcome them. Therefore, the images of giant King Ormur, giant Queen Omabella, and the eldest son of the giant king, the god of dawn, Badhile, didn't directly appear in the dream. They only existed in the form of portrait. Similarly, Roselle knew very few secret. His grasp of history and the situation in the world was completely inferior to elvish songster Ciata's. However, an interesting point was that in the giant king's court and among the giants, the traitor was synonymous with Sanaithrim. They claimed that the one who betrayed the alliance and caused the death of the sanguine ancestor, Lilith, was this ancient god. Klein was deeply suspicious of this because the irascible Sanaithrim clearly wasn't good at such matters. That Queen of Calamity seems to have the ability, but the problem is that it's very difficult to hide what she is plotting from her spouse, a true ancient god, Sanaithrim. In comparison, it's more reasonable for giant King Ormur to be the traitor. As Klein did a rough analysis, Audrey changed the direction of guidance in an attempt to get Roselle to show what he saw outside the giant king's court. Unfortunately, this giant had left the king's court and passed by Dawn Town. Not long after he arrived in the Nation of Gold, he received a travelogue and entered the book. He didn't know much about the local customs and people in the corresponding region. Currently, The most valuable piece of information is how to avoid entering the Giant King's court from Afternoon Town and enter from the Waning Forest or the Barren Tunnel. Audrey ended the guidance and walked back to Klein and Leonard's side. This will be very useful for Little Sun and Company's subsequent explorations. Yes, we can tell him at the next gathering. Klein nodded. He was just about to suggest that Roselle's dream enter the sea of collective subconscious of the world in the book when Audrey suddenly looked back and said in thought, "There's one detail that doesn't make sense. There is one detail that does not make sense." What detail? Leonard seriously recalled what he had seen and heard, but he didn't find anything suspicious. Audrey glanced at the world and said, "That's right. The Waning Forest is where Giant King Ormer's parents are buried. The rule that only the ancient god can enter is very unreasonable." Klein originally didn't notice any problems with this detail, but after Miss Justice mentioned it, he immediately had some thoughts as he deliberated. The Giant King's father and mother are equivalent to the ancestors of the giant race. Normally speaking, they should be the targets of worship and worship by the entire race. Yes, every race has a certain level of ancestor worship. Giants are no exception. From Groselle's dream, it can be seen that these keepers will often worship the two ancestors outside the Waning Forest, said Groselle. Audrey nodded in agreement. If there are no other factors affecting it, the Giant King should occasionally organize the clan's key groomed targets to pay respects to the ancestor, and not make it a rule that only he can enter. Perhaps the Waning Forest hides great danger. Weren't the most ancient giants crazy, tyrannical, and irrational? After they died, their corpses would pollute the surrounding environment and affect the entire forest. It's not something too difficult to understand. Leonard gave his guess. Audrey and Klein shook their heads at the same time, rejecting this theory. If it's just danger or pollution, Giant Queen Omabella and the god of dawn Badhile can clearly resist it effectively. With the help of the Giant King, there's almost no problem. However, they are still not allowed to enter the Waning Forest, even if they follow the ancient god. Klein simply shared his thoughts and guesses. Perhaps the parents of Giant King Ormer aren't the only ones buried there. There are other secrets as well. That's very likely. Audrey nodded seriously. On her silver-masked face, her green eyes darted around slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. If that's really the case, what kind of secret can't be known by his wife, children, subsidiary gods, or clansmen? Interesting. Leonard smiled and allowed his thoughts to wander. After discussing for a while, the three of them made good use of their time to pass through the barren tunnel and enter the Giant King's court. They attempted to enter the palaces that were frozen in the glow of dusk. According to Klein's experience, this was actually the path to the periphery of Roselle's dream. This time, there was no need for him to activate creeping hunger and use the power of a zombie to open the heavy door to the giant guard's residence. Audrey directly affected the dream, causing the 10-meter-tall door to open like paper. Due to the repulsion of the unshadowed crucifix, Klein wasn't actually wearing the human skin glove. Outside the door was the gray world. In front of them was no longer the Giant King's court, but a cliff. After discussing the various situations they might encounter when entering the sea of collective subconscious, Audrey conjured a staircase at the edge of the cliff. The staircase twisted and turned as it went deep into the dark, gray, silent, and bottomless world of the mind. The three of them didn't delay as they stepped onto the staircase and walked down step by step. In this lonely and quiet environment that could drive one crazy, Audrey would use placate a few times every time she went down a certain distance. This wasn't only to placate Klein, Leonard, and herself, but it was also to placate the grayish-white cliff, Roselle's subconscious. It was to prevent it from becoming agitated and contaminating their astral projection or body of heart and mind. The countless rotting giant palms that Klein had encountered previously didn't appear again. Even the most unbearable loneliness, silence, an endless feeling in the world of the mind, didn't seem that terrifying because they were moving in a team and could speak to each other. This is the world of the mind, the domain of the consciousness. It's indeed different from others. Leonard looked around as though he wanted to use a few lines of poetry to express his feelings, but he ultimately chose to give up. If it were any other place or mission, Klein might have gotten his poet to remain silent, but here, he felt that anything he said was fine. Audrey didn't reject the exchange either, as she said in all seriousness. She said seriously, "What we intuitively feel is the essence of this environment. The cliffs, and gray world we see are a reflection of our subconscious. If it were any other race, it might not be the same. Only now do I find psychology rather interesting," Leonard said with piqued interest after hearing that. Klein glanced at him and resisted the urge to say that with his personality and habits, he really wasn't suitable for the spectator pathway. As they conversed, the three of them descended for an unknown period of time before they finally stepped on solid but blurry gray ground. Looking up from here, they could see swaying figures of light. They were densely packed and overlapped, forming an illusory sea. Klein, Leonard, and Audrey were just about to walk forward when a water current surged past them. A rather blurry figure of light stood up. It was a grayish-blue giant that was 6 to 7 meters tall. Its chest and abdomen were wrapped in dragon-scaled leather. The exposed areas were covered in indescribable patterns, symbols, and labels that exceeded the scope of the normal senses. His vertical eye was bloodshot, and he didn't hide the violent aura it emitted. It had a clear inclination towards destruction, and in his mouth was a bloody human leg. This was a demigod-level giant. He was a remnant phantom in the sea of collective subconscious. Perhaps it came from an actual encounter of the ancestors of humans or other races, or perhaps it came from what Roselle and the other giants had seen. The moment he appeared, the crazy emotions spread to Klein and company like a contagious plague. This was the world of mind, consciousness, and heart. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Chapter 1097. The giant with bloodshot vertical eyes that was biting at the human leg didn't actually exist. He was essentially an intense emotion produced by a particular person or creature. This emotion that stemmed from an extremely deep impression entered the subconscious, spreading from the mind island to the surrounding illusory sea. It gradually settled down and turned into a brand. Not all emotions and consciousness would eventually settle down. Most of them would be obliterated by time and washed away by the seawater. Only extremely intense or repeated emotions would remain. And once it became a brand, it would be a drop of water in the sea of collective subconscious. It would then be able to affect the surrounding creatures of the same species, becoming an ancient memory that was engraved in their bloodlines. Therefore, the mythical creature form that the illusory giant displayed wasn't clear enough. Furthermore, there were many mistakes that were filled in based on subjective consciousness. Normally, it wouldn't make Leonard and Audrey unable to look straight at it, causing their spirituality to be in chaos, or causing them to have a mental breakdown. However, the madness that accompanied it, as well as the extreme fear that came from an unknown source, seemed corporeal. It could infect every living being's body of heart and mind, astral projection, and even soul body. This was the essence of the danger in the sea of collective subconscious. It didn't originate from strength, level, but from the emotions and feelings that were imprinted. Of course, if one encountered a high-level creature or a brand left behind by a deity, they could really see one or a few mythical creature forms. However, the outcome definitely wouldn't be good. They would either have a mental breakdown and go mad, or they would be completely corrupted by the emotions and feelings of a deity or high-level creature. No one could guess what they would become in advance. In short, here, in this sea of collective subconscious, the way of combat was different from the outside world. At times, the more anxious one was to destroy the phantom, the more likely one was to be corrupted due to the stirring of emotions. It was precisely because of this that Klein immediately controlled his emotions when he saw the 7-meter-tall grayish-blue giant rush over. Then, he used an illusion. The target of this illusion was Leonard and Audrey. In the eyes of these two sequence 5 beyonders, the giant that was 2 or 3 stories tall no longer had the madness and tyranny that made one's heart tremble. It appeared ordinary and ordinary. Therefore, before the true extreme feeling of contamination hit them, Leonard and Audrey were very calm and did not show any emotional fluctuations. Then, with one hand in his pocket, Leonard stretched out his right hand and slightly opened his mouth. He originally wanted to use the Archbishop's help to seal the first spirit in his teeth after he became a spirit warlock, a terror demonis. This was a powerful spirit world creature with a beautiful face and rotting body. It had a pair of gigantic eagle wings, and was adept at sucking the consciousness of others and instilling fear in them. However, he quickly recalled that he was not only an astral projection, but he had also experienced the Grey Fog's baptism. How could there be another spirit in his body? Left with no choice, he switched to using the powers of a soul assurer. His green eyes were deep. The giant phantom immediately slowed down, and its emotions seemed to have been somewhat relieved. At this moment, Audrey calmly opened her arms and used placate. An invisible wind blew past, and the giant phantom paused. The infection in its surroundings instantly weakened significantly. During this process, Klein took out the bronze-green cross with many spikes. As he opened the bottle containing his blood, he poured a few drops onto it and said with a solemn expression, "That's not a problem." He said with a solemn expression, "Light." Brilliant, pure, and flawless light burst forth. As Klein's black trench coat fluttered slightly, it drowned the giant phantom. Without putting up any resistance, the grayish-blue giant quickly melted away. One of the main abilities of the unshadowed crucifix was to remove or purify remnant mental imprints. This was also the reason why Klein had brought this sealed artifact with him. And when using the cross that came from the ancient sun god, Klein had dispelled the illusion, allowing Leonard and Audrey to directly see the true appearance of the giant phantom, so as to enhance their experience in this aspect. Although it only took less than a second for the giant phantom to be drowned by the endless light, Audrey and Leonard still felt dizzy. Uncontrollable horror surged out from the depths of their hearts, and their minds nearly collapsed. This didn't last long. Audrey instinctively used placate on herself to calm her emotions. Following that, she treated Mr. Star and Mr. World's psychological problems. How terrifying! Is this a demigod-level giant? When the light dissipated, Audrey looked around and sighed with emotion. At that instant she had a deeper understanding of a sentence. Do not look directly at God. Even at the level of a saint, a demigod who only had remnant memories of others, couldn't see them directly, much less a true deity? Leonard was rather experienced as he gave a self-deprecating laugh. Sequence 4 is indeed the level of a qualitative change in life. However, that fear just now was nothing much. It wasn't as intense as the emotions I felt when I faced a pregnant woman. Are all poets basically bragging? You were still able to control yourself back then, but you were on the verge of breaking down just now. However, if Megos had successfully given birth to that child, we would probably have broken down and lost control, turning into monsters just by looking at it. As Klein lampooned Leonard, he sighed as his memories stirred up. Is that a pregnant demigod? Audrey asked curiously. No. Leonard shook his head. But she's pregnant with an evil god's spawn. Is that so? Audrey didn't ask further because she knew that the adventure and exploration weren't over yet. It wasn't advisable to waste time. She then looked at Gehrman Sparrow, who was wearing a black trench coat and holding a bronze cross and a metal bottle. She revealed a smile and said, "Thank you for the influence you had on our senses. Where should we go next?" As a senior spectator, it wasn't difficult for her to determine the fact that she had received Mr. World's help just now. Klein controlled his subconscious action of furrowing his brows slightly and looked around. Does this sea of collective subconscious not have a core region? No. Audrey shook her head seriously. As long as there are living beings, there will be a sea of collective subconscious. There's no such thing as one being more noble than the other. This illusory sea won't really surge. The situation in different regions mainly depends on the surrounding environment. We call it the precipitation effect. To put it simply, the sea of collective subconscious in Rouen will be different from Intis. This is because it mainly precipitates the intense emotions and feelings of generations of Rouen citizens. In turn, this will also affect the citizens of the two countries, causing them to have different temperaments or personalities to a certain extent. After a brief explanation, Audrey gave a conclusion. If that's the case, how can there be a recognized core area of the sea of collective subconscious? Klein nodded and asked thoughtfully, "What's the matter? In other words, you can't provide effective advice on where to go?" Mr. World is so direct. If it were any other lady or gentleman with a fragile heart, they would definitely feel embarrassed and hurt. As Audrey's thoughts raced, she saw the German sparrow's dark brown eyes that were nearly black. They weren't crazy or cold at all. Instead, they were calm and deep. Audrey instantly came to a realization. She knew that Mr. World was deliberately acting in such a manner so that she could experience the various details of a joint operation and accumulate more experience. Yes. She nodded calmly, not embarrassed at all. Klein nodded inwardly before looking at Leonard. "Don't look at me. My domain is in the dream, not in this strange sea of collective subconscious." Leonard immediately waved his palm. Compared to Miss Justice, he had participated in countless joint operations. He knew that he shouldn't put on a brave front when he shouldn't. "Then follow me." Klein retracted his gaze and handed the unshadowed crucifix, which had been dyed bronze green again, to the hand holding the metal bottle. He then took out a gold coin. Clang! As the gold coin tumbled, he grabbed it. Then, without looking at the outcome, he identified the direction and took a step forward. "This is a method of divination." Audrey was enlightened. She looked at the World German sparrow's serious and calm side profile and the figure in the black trench coat, silk top hat and bronze cross. For some baffling reason, she felt that he was like a missionary. Leonard suddenly recalled something from the past. It was the first case he and Klein worked together on, the search for a kidnapped child. Back then, it was also Klein who used divination to lead the way while he followed beside him. Compared to how inexperienced he was back then, he was now so proficient that it was as though he had entered the mysterious world for more than 10 years. Sigh, it's actually only been a year. Leonard stuck his hands in his pockets and followed closely behind Klein, feeling a little wistful. Audrey glanced at him and sensed the change in his emotions. Mr. Star and Mr. World aren't just acquaintances in real life. They might very well be quite good friends. The kind that they haven't met in the past year or two. As Audrey made this judgment, she didn't slow down. She combined the knowledge she had learned and observed the details of her surroundings, distinguishing where there might be hidden vortexes or dangerous creatures lurking. With her help, Klein led the way very smoothly. He didn't directly encounter a mark like the giant phantom he had encountered before. Sometimes they walked straight, sometimes they turned. After an unknown period of time, the three of them suddenly saw light. What appeared in front of them was a deep-sea crater. In the middle of the crater was a city the size of an island. The city's foundation was grayish-white in color. On it were magnificent stone pillars that were hundreds of meters tall. They either stood there alone or together, they propped up towering ancient palaces. The entire structure was strange and magnificent. It didn't look like something ordinary creatures could build. Although Audrey didn't know this city, a thought instantly surfaced in her mind. City of Miracles, Liveseed. Chapter 1098. Liveseed was a floating city that the ancient god, dragon of imagination Ankwelt, had imagined out of thin air. No matter how one looked at it, it could be considered a miracle or even a miracle. It was even grander and more majestic than the giant king's court. It had the characteristics of otherworldlings. Every stone pillar was nearly 100 meters tall, as though they were seats for dragons to rest on. It was a city that left a deep and unforgettable impression just by hearing about it. Therefore, although Audrey had never seen the City of Miracles live-seed, she instantly made a connection because of the scenes she had witnessed. Of course, she knew ahead of time that Roselle's travels originated from the Dragon of Imagination Anquel. This was also one of the main reasons why she had such thoughts. As for Klein, as he had previously divined the origins of Roselle's travels, he had seen the real City of Miracles and the floating city in his dream. At that moment, he was extremely certain that the island-sized city in the deep-sea crater was identical to Liveseed. It just lacked the dragons that flew in from all directions. Was this real, or was it a copy? Or is it the convergence of a certain special creature's subconscious in the world in the book? Klein was slightly surprised as he quickly analyzed the situation. According to the results of his divination and the contents of giant guardian Roselle and elvish songster Ciatas's dreams, he was certain that when the book was created, the City of Miracles liveseed still existed. When it spread to the vicinity of the giant king's court, the City of Miracles liveseed still existed. When Roselle began his adventure, and when Ciatas was sucked into the world in the book, the City of Miracles liveseed also existed. If the City of Miracles liveseed disappeared, it was impossible for the various Beyonder races to not react at all. In other words, these facts undoubtedly indicated that the city in the deep-sea crater was unlikely to be liveseed. But soon, Klein recalled something. It was something Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards had once said. What can be confirmed is that it first appeared among the dragons after the disappearance of the City of Miracles liveseed. That's interesting. What did Vice Admiral Iceberg rely on to confirm that Roselle's travels first appeared, and to believe that it was after the disappearance of the City of Miracles liveseed? She doesn't have the gray fog, so how can she pry into the origins of an ancient god's item? I originally used her conclusion as a basis for speculation and consideration, but after my divination, I completely overturned this point. I didn't think about it again. Klein stared at the towering stone pillars and magnificent palaces as thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he had an idea. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was a member of the Church of Knowledge. She believed in the God of knowledge and wisdom, and from the religious texts of the third epoch and the historical figures of the second epoch, it was reasonable to suspect that the Angel of the Wisdom was very likely to be. And from the religious texts of the third epoch and the historical figures of the second epoch, it was reasonable to suspect that the Angel of Wisdom was very likely the Dragon of Wisdom, Heraburgen. The appearance of Roselle's travels after the disappearance of the City of Miracles liveseed was confirmed by the God of Knowledge and Wisdom through some means. The appearance of Roselle's travels after the disappearance of the City of Miracles liveseed was confirmed by the God of Knowledge and Wisdom through some means? If he is really the Dragon of Wisdom, it means that he is the dragon in question. Furthermore, he was already of a very high level back then. His understanding of the matter definitely exceeds that of Roselle and Ciatas. But how do I explain the scene I saw above the gray fog? Now that I think about it, my head still hurts a little. What I saw was definitely the true form of the ancient god, the Dragon of Imagination. For a moment, Klein felt enlightened as he strung the pieces together, but at the next moment, he fell into deep confusion. He kept tossing gold coins and quickly came up with a guess. Since the City of Miracles liveseed was imagined, couldn't he just imagine another one after it disappeared? The original liveseed was stuffed into this book by Dragon King Anquelt, and the one that existed after that was a reimagined one? This fooled all the dragons, but not the one known for its wisdom? If this is true, then there are actually two City of Miracles liveseed. This is the earliest and oldest one, but here comes the problem. Why didn't the Dragon of Wisdom personally enter the world of the book? Even if he isn't a spectator, he should have the ability and level to explore this place with omniscience and omnipotence as a symbol. He has actually been here a long time ago, but he didn't alarm any living being in the world of the book. Furthermore, for some reason, he left this city of miracles here? As thoughts surfaced in Klein's mind, the star Leonard, who had his hands in his pockets, looked at him and then at Miss Justice, who had been staring down in silence for a long time. He took the initiative to speak and break the silence. This city is very magnificent and magnificent. Furthermore, it clearly doesn't belong to humans or humanoid creatures, but there's no need to look at it for so long. You aren't architects. Klein reined in his thoughts and glanced at Leonard. This is very likely the Dragon of Imagination Anquelt's City of Miracles, Liveseed. In a sense, it's an ancient god's divine kingdom. Of course, if there was a second Liveseed, the nature of the divine kingdom here wouldn't be too strong. Divine kingdom. Leonard's pupils dilated as he repeated the most critical word. Audrey snapped to her senses and whispered, "Is it really Liveseed? Is it really Liveseed? It's just possible." Klein had already calmed down and replied simply, "It didn't float in midair like the legends say, but sank to the bottom of the sea of collective subconscious. Therefore, it's hard to tell if it's real or fake." At this moment, Leonard finally controlled himself. Once again, he looked at the magnificent city in the deep-sea crater and laughed in a self-deprecating manner. "I never expected that I would one day come to the divine kingdom of an ancient god. Frankly speaking, if Miss Justice wasn't here, he definitely wouldn't have been able to help but sigh at how colorful Klein's life was. Ever since he met this former teammate, not only had he directly met the two sons of God and a king of angels, but he had also entered the magical world in the book and discovered a city that was suspected to be the divine kingdom of an ancient god. This was many times more exciting than what he had experienced in the past year. It was also many times higher in level. Of course, it was also many times more dangerous. After saying that, he looked up at the floating light and shadow seawater above him and asked thoughtfully, "What's going on?" He asked thoughtfully, "How do we tell if the sea of collective subconscious is real or imaginary?" This was a continuation of the question of how to determine whether Liveseed was real or not. Audrey thought carefully for a moment and said with uncertainty, "There's no way to tell. There's no way to tell, or rather, the sea of collective subconscious here is also real. In essence, the collective subconscious is the sedimentation and accumulation of intense emotions and feelings. Although the people of this world might be imaginary, their experiences, their emotions, their joy, anger, sadness, pain, and happiness are all real." As she spoke, Audrey stopped. She vaguely grasped something, but she couldn't really say it out loud. At this moment, Klein suddenly said, "The items it imagines will definitely appear. The objects that it imagines will definitely materialize, and the kingdom that it imagines will definitely descend upon the material world." As his voice echoed, Klein put away the gold coin in his hand and jumped into the deep-sea crater, his black trench coat fluttering. "The future it claims will definitely happen and become a reality." As his figure glided down, he continued to speak. Audrey's green eyes were first confused before they lit up. Following that, she jumped towards the City of Miracles. "Aren't you going to divine the level of danger? This might be the divine kingdom of an ancient god." Leonard looked at the two of them in surprise and blurted out. In the education he had received, this wasn't in line with the prescribed course of action. "When did you have the illusion that I didn't divine it? It's just that you didn't notice my petty actions. I just put away the gold coin. Besides, my danger premonition didn't give me any warning. In addition, if my guess is right, then the Dragon of Wisdom, Harabergen, should have entered this place before. If there really was any active danger, he would have long resolved it. If Miss Justice wasn't here, I really would have lampooned you. Klein silently lampooned as he adjusted his direction and speed. He passed by a few thick stone pillars that were nearly 100 meters tall and descended, stepping onto the grayish-white ground. He was now in a spirit-body state, so he could naturally fly if he wanted to. 2 to 3 seconds later, the silver-masked Justice Audrey landed beside him. Audrey looked up and was shocked by the grandeur of the stone pillars and palace for a few seconds. Only then did she say, "Looking from inside and looking from afar feels completely different. Perhaps this is the true feeling of a rat in Bakeland." As she spoke, Leonard glided over and turned his head to look at Klein. It wasn't that he didn't trust Klein and wasn't aware of his cautiousness, but in a joint operation, such matters had to be clarified. This was because there was the possibility of a teammate being unknowingly corrupted and doing something rash. This was the conclusion of the Nighthawk's repeated sacrifices in exchange for experience. "The current revelation is that there's no danger," Klein said truthfully. Leonard no longer had any doubts as he surveyed the area. He looked around and said, "The City of Miracles sure is huge. I mean, with such a huge city, even if we can fly, we won't be able to finish exploring it in a few days. Or do you have a target location in mind?" The latter half of his sentence was said while looking at Klein. Klein nodded and pointed at a huge palace that was more than 200 meters tall not far away. "There. If I remember correctly, that should be the residence of the Dragon of Imagination, Anquelt." This was what he had seen in dream divination. Seeing that Klein already had a plan, as though he had received a hint from Mr. Fool, Leonard felt a lot more at ease. He looked at the grayish-white foundation beneath his feet. And said, "Is this a divine kingdom? I don't feel anything." At this moment, Audrey, who had been carefully observing her surroundings, said with uncertainty, "All the abnormalities here seem to be gathering towards that palace." She was referring to the ancient god's residence that Klein had just pointed out. Chapter 1099. In front of the grayish-white palace that was more than 200 meters tall, there were a few thick stone pillars that were shorter than itself. It was as though a team of guards were standing upright. Klein could imagine that when the City of Miracles, Liveseed, was still floating in midair, there must have been powerful dragons crouching on these stone pillars. They were the attendants of the ancient gods, or rather, the servants of the gods. He then looked up at the open door and said to Leonard and Audrey, "Stay close to me. If anything happens, I'll immediately take you out of the book's world and return above the gray fog." This was also the main reason why Klein dared to explore this place. "Okay." Audrey and Leonard didn't try to be brave. They walked to either side of Klein and walked beside him. After relying on their spirit body's flight ability to cross the stairs, the trio entered the palace through the exaggerated and magnificent door. The first thing they saw was a spacious space that allowed many dragons to freely roll around, as well as ancient stone pillars that seemed to prop up the sky. On both sides of the hall there were colorful murals. They constantly extended forward and converged behind a giant pillar that was so wide that it was unknown how many people could wrap their arms around it. The giant pillar stood in the deepest part of the hall, right in front of them. It didn't rely on any external object. Just by itself, it made one feel a strong sense of fear and experience the vicissitudes of time, like a petrified god. Almost instantly, a grayish-white figure appeared on the giant pillar. The figure's entire body was covered in scales, and each scale was like a solid slab of stone. Just the vague outline was enough to make it seem epic. "Dragon of Imagination, Anquelt." Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he heard an inexplicably familiar voice echo in the ridiculously spacious hall. "Dragon of Imagination, Anquelt." As Klein looked around in shock, he heard Leonard sigh with emotion. The deep air around him listens quietly. The breeze is so frightened that it doesn't even dare to breathe. Note 1. This fellow is still in the mood to recite poems. I wonder who he's reciting. Klein turned to look at Leonard. Then, he heard an echo. This guy is still in the mood to recite poems. I wonder who he is reciting. At this moment, Leonard's expression was rather startled. He shut his mouth tightly and shook his head continuously in denial. But in the next second, a voice rang out beside him. I didn't read anything. What's going on? Strange. Klein's heart skipped a beat as he realized that the inexplicably familiar voice belonged to him. And it echoed again, repeating the thought that flashed through Klein's mind. Then, Audrey's soft and beautiful voice sounded. This hall can make our thoughts appear in our surroundings, and even materialize them? When I saw that huge pillar just now, I imagined what Enkwelt, the dragon of imagination, looked like. I used the mind dragon I saw before as a blueprint. Why did my words? No, the Great Hall really said them. Is that so? Thankfully, I didn't think of anything strange just now. Rain in my thoughts, rain in my thoughts. Klein began to attempt to use cogitation to focus his mind and prevent himself from letting his thoughts run wild. At the same time, the corresponding words sounded beside him almost simultaneously. Rain in my thoughts, rain in my thoughts, rain in my thoughts. So this is what Mr. World's mind is like. He's like a child who has just entered school, constantly emphasizing to himself what he needs to pay attention to. Also, he's actually cogitating stacked balls of light. How beautiful! No, I didn't think of it that way, nor did I describe you that way, Mr. World. It's true. As her true thoughts kept appearing, Audrey finally couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. As for Leonard, the surroundings were already echoing with ha. These two fellows. No, why should I use fellows? Be polite, be polite. As Klein listened to the words in his mind, he sighed in exasperation. This place is very suitable for playing truth or dare. Perhaps it should be called the Hall of Truth. What game is this? Audrey didn't need to open her mouth to express her puzzlement. It was probably invented by Roselle the Great. I have to be careful not to think about things I shouldn't think about. Seriously, it's too difficult to rein in my thoughts without the help of cogitation. As Klein answered, he habitually warned himself. In the end, he was once again heartlessly betrayed by the Great Hall. This time, Audrey laughed out loud. Haha, Mr. World actually has such a side to him. I actually failed to decipher it in the past. Ha, Klein, to think that you would have such a day. No, what did I say? Leonard suddenly raised his right hand and covered his mouth. As expected, he heard Miss Justice's question. Klein? As well as a certain person's complaint. Perhaps only turning into a marionette can stop this fellow from letting his thoughts run wild. Wait, what am I thinking? Phew. Calm down. Klein took a deep breath and began to focus his attention on the matter at hand. Let's first take a look at what the surrounding murals say. In ancient times, murals were a very important way of keeping records. They often contain a lot of information. At the same time he made the suggestion, he heard Audrey's inwardly laughing and thinking, Klein, is that Mr. World's real name? No, don't think too much about it. Mr. World will be angry. No, I think it's more likely that he's embarrassed. No, this is all Lie's fault. Mr. World, please believe me. Phew. Calm down, focus. With the help of the spectator pathway's control over her emotions and thoughts, Audrey gradually reined in her thoughts and cast her gaze at the mural on the right. Compared to them, Leonard's ability to control his mind was slightly weaker. There were still noises echoing around him. Turning into a marionette. Are this fellow's thoughts so dangerous now? TSK, so this is your true thought. Haha, Miss Justice's reaction is very interesting. It's been a while since I've seen that fellow embarrass himself. After Klein and Audrey seriously looked at the murals and quickly communicated through the stirrings in their hearts, Leonard slowly calmed his thoughts and focused. The mural on the right of the trio seemed to describe the evolution of history. There were scenes of humans building cities, plains covered in snow, war and migration, countries and cities, towers and fruits that symbolized unobstructed communication. Clearly, these murals began from the door and ended with the dragon of imagination throne. Towards the end, Klein suddenly discovered a familiar figure. It was a gigantic dragon with ghostly blue dragon eyes and ice crystal scales. It was the King of the North. You listen. The development of the world in this book is based on these murals? As Klein expressed his thoughts, he quickly browsed back and discovered many blurry adventurers hunting frost dragons and opening the door to leave. He discovered the melting of ice and snow, the appearance and prosperity of Pesot and other cities. He discovered that the weather was turning colder and that a new story was about to unfold. The contents of the murals will become reality in this world in this book? Audrey couldn't help but have such a thought. This wall and this painting look very ordinary. It can't even be compared to the works of the artists on the street. As expected of the residents of the Dragon of Imagination. Is this the might and authority of an ancient god? Leonard also felt wistful. It's possible. Before Klein could give a more tactful answer, he heard his inner voice say, "Let's look at the murals on the other side and analyze everything." Leonard and Audrey didn't object as they followed him to the other side. During this process, they discovered that even a spirit body couldn't fly in this palace. As the murals were huge, it didn't take long for Klein and company to see the corresponding content. Just the first mural near the door made Klein's pupils dilate. In the mural, a book with a hard cover was held in the hand of a one-eyed giant with indistinct features, grayish-blue skin and grayish-blue skin. This, Klein heard his own shocked and hesitant voice. In the subsequent murals, the common protagonist was the book with a dark brown cover bound in goatskin. It was obtained by the elves. The words on its surface changed. It was collected. It was obtained by different people, tossed around, and wandered until it flew into the clouds and arrived in the cosmos, landing in a gigantic claw. In the next mural that followed this scene, the book didn't seem to be related to the previous ones. It suddenly appeared above the sea and stayed in a blurry ship. In the penultimate mural, it was obtained by a man in a top hat and left the ship. Following that, the mural appeared behind the gigantic pillar that was suspected to be the Dragon of Imagination Anquelt's throne. Its content was the book from before meeting a classical quill. At this point, all the murals ended. 0-08. Leonard's shocked voice echoed in the hall. The Dragon of Imagination wants to make this book and the pen into a set? What will happen? This scene nearly happened when I was dealing with in Zangwill. But in the end, it didn't happen? It's because this book fell into my hands and was sacrificed to Mr. Fool. Or could it be that Adam was long prepared for this and deliberately provided help? Oh right, in the book, just as the ascetic mentioned the angel of imagination, Adam, the frost dragon, attacked the camp. Is it because the book itself doesn't allow him to finish speaking, or has Adam already heard it and cast his gaze over, triggering a certain reaction? Klein's thoughts turned into words. During this process, he could only control himself to treat the fool as another existence. At the same time he spoke, Audrey's thoughts appeared. The contents of this mural will become reality in the physical world? Note 1. Quoted from Tennyson, Godiva. Divine Sovereign of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1100. The contents of the mural will become the reality of the physical world. Be it Klein or Leonard, they couldn't help but repeat Miss Justice's words in their hearts. If the mural on the other side of the book determined the direction of history in the world, it would only be surprising and impressive, but the discovery on this side was enough to stir everyone's hearts. It could stir up a huge storm there. The mural you described will definitely be played out on a real stage, and not in the illusory world. This is the performance of a deity. It can't be that exaggerated, right? After Leonard repeated it, he muttered in a tone of disbelief. As for Klein, he habitually analyzed the situation. Even 0-08 can only affect a large city. It's difficult to exceed this range. The spectator pathways sequence one author should be about the same. And the visionary's uniqueness can be confirmed to be in Adam's hands. What does this city of miracles rely on to ensure that the contents of the mural will be realized? The divine powers of the dragon of imagination back then? When this book was formed, the contents of the mural had already turned into an imprint and sank into the sea of collective subconscious, spreading in all directions, so as to push generations of living beings to unconsciously complete this matter. If this is true, then making another mural now definitely won't be able to turn it into reality. This is because the dragon of imagination has already perished, so there's no way for it to provide divine powers, but I can give it a try. If the contents of the new mural are really played out in the physical world, it means that this city of miracles is really Liveseed from back then. Furthermore, it hides a huge secret. It also means that the waters of the spectator pathway run deeper than I imagined. Writer? There's such a potion name? Leonard couldn't help but mumble when he heard Klein's thoughts. Compared to visionary, which could be extended from the dragon of imagination, the name of the potion, author, was clearly more eye-catching. It made one's imagination run wild, and it gave one the feeling of walking from reality to fantasy. Audrey, who had long known the name of the high-sequence Beyonder potion of the spectator pathway, had another thought flash through her mind. Uniqueness. Mr. World is actually able to instantly connect and analyze so many things. How impressive. Did I praise you too bluntly? Mr. World heard it. This hall is really hard to get used to. No, Mr. World, I'm really praising you. It's from the bottom of my heart. Audrey felt a little ashamed at first. Then, she quickly adjusted her mentality and tried to be calm. As expected of a psychiatrist, he adjusts quickly. Klein immediately had such a thought. Indeed, Mr. World isn't as cold as he looks on the surface. He's actually muttering inwardly. I didn't say anything. Just as Audrey subconsciously had a thought, she immediately denied it firmly. A voice echoed beside Leonard as well. Klein's German sparrow disguise is quite good. Almost everyone who knows him believes that he is cold and crazy. Who would have thought? Just as Leonard's thoughts were about to wander, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Shut up. He looked at Klein, who was dressed as Gehrman's sparrow, and spread out his hands. He held back his laughter. And said, Look, this isn't cold enough, right? Cold? Then I'll directly press the unshadowed crucifix on your head. If you don't want the Beyonder characteristic, donate it to someone who needs it. Klein, who was unable to use cogitation to control his thoughts, instinctively responded. Audrey looked at Mr. World, and then at Mr. Starr as the voice in her heart quickly leaped out. So there are so many dramas in their hearts. Previously, I could only see through Mr. Starr, but I never expected that Mr. World's poker card-like face to hide. A giant, boss, Minnie. At the critical moment, the experienced Audrey forcefully used the method of counting objects and reciting names to stop her thoughts. Who are these people? Leonard's attention was diverted. It's the hounds and horses I rear at home, Audrey replied politely. A hound costs more than £450. Klein suddenly recalled that after he bought Mager Manor, Butler Walter had suggested buying a batch of hounds. Why is the first thing Mr. World thought of his price? This question floated through Audrey's mind. Leonard curled his lips. Even without saying a word, he replied, Isn't that normal? This fellow has always been a little calculative in this aspect. I remember. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein coughed lightly and said, Isn't that normal? This fellow has always been a little calculative in this aspect. I remember. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein coughed lightly and said, Let's continue exploring other places. Sigh, it's really easy for things to get messy in this hall. The main point is always shifting to everyone's privacy. Upon hearing the latter half of his complaint, Audrey and Leonard laughed out loud, regardless of whether they could hold it in or not. This wasn't something they could control. Seeing that Mr. World clearly didn't wish for the situation to develop into chaos again, Audrey looked up at the dome and focused her attention on the matter at hand. The mural on the right controls the world in the book, and the one on the left seems to be able to affect reality. What if I move the mural to the top? What will happen? Klein immediately connected the dot. The authority of the Dragon of Imagination includes at least three major aspects. The imaginary kingdom will descend upon the material world, the declared future will play out and become reality, and the imaginary objects will appear. The first corresponds to the mural on the right, and the second matches our speculation about the left. Could the blank space above the palace be related to the third authority? As long as an imaginary object is drawn on it, it will appear and be usable? Audrey easily understood the meaning of German sparrow, the world. Then what if I draw a dragon of imagination? Leonard raised a question. Klein glanced at him again. First, you have to see the dragon of imagination before it collapses. Second, you have to be able to restore the main details of his body. Finally, you have to know how to draw. I don't know how to draw now, but that doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. I can hire a tutor for the corresponding courses, Leonard muttered in response. And what are the main details? Is it the body structure, or the symbols and labels formed from godhood? At this moment, Audrey pursed her lips and tried to control her laughter. Following that, she said in a slightly brisk tone, I can draw. This was a basic skill for a noble lady, and Audrey was rather talented in this aspect. Yes, I'll try it when I have the time in the future. Klein nodded and walked towards the huge pillar at the front of the hall. His plan for this exploration was to first have a grasp of the overall situation before considering how to go deeper. At the same time, he thought of something else because of Leonard's question. Symbols and labels formed from godhood. This contains a large amount of complicated knowledge. It can allow a person to decipher the corresponding potion formula and beyonder powers after enduring that kind of impact. Then, before the first blasphemy slate appeared, if one were to look directly at a demigod or even an ancient god without dying, what would they receive? Back then, there was no such thing as a potion formula. Only mythical creatures that rely on potions to advance step by step have their godhood contain such knowledge? Or could it be that after the potion formula appears, mythical creatures that advance using any method will have the corresponding accumulation of knowledge? If it's the two reasons I'm thinking of, it means that the knowledge in godhood can be changed and increased. Do the angels of the Marauder pathway have the ability to tamper with this knowledge, or even directly delete it? Mr. World's considerations are so profound and involve such a high level. Audrey couldn't help but sigh. Leonard couldn't control the voice in his heart either. There's such a thing? I'll ask old man when I get back. This fellow, Klein, knows a lot. His acting as the German sparrow isn't completely a disguise. At the very least, this sense of profundity seems to belong to him. Thank you for your compliments. Stop. With a bottle of blood in one hand and an unshadowed crucifix in the other, Klein forcefully reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze at the throne of the ancient god not far away. They were now in their spirit bodies. Although they were restricted by the hall and unable to fly, their top speed was still much faster than their human forms. It was only at this moment that Klein realized that behind the pillar that was suspected to be the throne of the Dragon of Imagination, there was a dark passageway that led downwards. I can't see anything. It's good if there's light. A thought subconsciously flashed through Audrey's mind. Then, a pure and gentle light lit up in the passageway, illuminating the interior in an abnormally transparent manner. Without needing to enter, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey saw an ancient bronze door in the deepest part of the passageway. Above the door, there were countless indescribable symbols. They were like chains that extended to the back, as though they were sealing something. It exuded a heavy and mysterious feeling. In the Dragon's City of Miracles, in the residence of the ancient god, behind his throne, there was a door that seemed to be sealed. Almost at the same time, Klein and Company's gazes seemed to penetrate the bronze door and see the deep darkness inside. Right on the heels of that, they heard their heartbeat. It came from their own heartbeat, and they were now in a spirit-body state. There was no such thing as a heart. An instant later, the bronze-green surface of the unshadowed crucifix in Klein's hand automatically peeled off, revealing a corporeal body formed from pure light. It emitted a light that resembled the sun. And in Klein, Audrey, and Leonard's bodies, there was a baffling coldness. It was as though every cell had its own consciousness and was attempting to form another me. In their illusory vision, an eye opened in the deep darkness behind the bronze door. The eye was deep black and filled with ghostly blue cracks. At the same time, the same eyes opened one after another. They were densely packed and watched coldly. At that moment, Klein and Company seemed to hear a silent cry, a cry that was extremely attractive. Without any hesitation, Klein's spirit body swelled up and enveloped Leonard and Audrey. He ended the summoning and returned above the gray fog. Chapter 11:01. During the process of returning above the gray fog, Klein felt the coldness in his body rapidly dissipate. He no longer had the feeling that every worm of spirit was about to give birth to a brand new consciousness. In an instant, the long, mottled bronze table appeared in front of him. He saw Miss Justice and Leonard's spirit bodies gradually turn clear from the thin gray fog, but they also maintained a certain degree of blur. After the gray fog that swirled around them sank to the ground, Klein asked, "How do you feel now?" He habitually used German Sparrow's tone, but he immediately recalled the time in the Hall of Truth. His inner grumbles, divergent thoughts, habitual analysis, and slandering of Leonard had been completely exposed. He was no longer able to maintain his original image in front of Miss Justice. "It's all Leonard's fault. Sigh, I'll just treat it as following the doctor's advice. Not only did I not wear a thick mask, I even took off the thin ones." This thought flashed through Klein's mind before he forcefully stopped his thoughts and looked around warily. He still hadn't escaped the fear that his thoughts would be said out loud. Fortunately, this was no longer the place he had named the Hall of Truth. There was no longer any magical things that couldn't be resisted with normal abilities. Clearly, Audrey and Leonard also had similar post-traumatic stress disorder. One of them pursed her lips tightly, while the other sat up straight, as though they had instinctively thought of something. After a few seconds of silence, they recalled that the World German Sparrow had just asked about their condition, and they hurriedly pulled their attention back on track. "I feel like something has been purified. I originally had the illusion that I would split into a second personality. No, it's not a second personality. It's as though a consciousness that doesn't belong to me is awakening in my body. Oh, it's gone now. Praise be to Mr. Fool." Audrey began a rather professional self-analysis before sincerely expressing her gratitude. "This is to thank me for being able to calmly accept dangerous thoughts." Thankfully, in the Hall of Truth, Miss Justice and Leonard's thoughts didn't turn towards the fool. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't be able to resist answering. That would be over. My shame would make me lose control on the spot and collapse into a pile of worms of spirit. As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, he seriously replied, "Praise be to Mr. Fool. Praise be to Mr. Fool." As a believer of the Evernight Goddess, Leonard echoed hesitantly before quickly changing the topic. "I don't have any more questions. Just now, I felt something calling out to me from behind the bronze door. What about you?" Seeing that Leonard had confirmed his condition, Klein placed the unshadowed crucifix and the metal bottle of his blood on the long, mottled table in front of him. "I had the same feeling," he answered affirmatively. "Me too. This isn't an illusion. I've analyzed my psyche," Audrey said in a rather clear tone. Leonard raised his hand and scratched his chin. "What could it be? To actually need an ancient god to be sealed behind my throne, after experiencing what had happened," He felt that he no longer had any image in front of Miss Justice, so his posture became more casual. "We can try to do an analysis." Audrey carefully glanced at the World German Sparrow. She had a deep impression of this gentleman's ability to assemble information in a short period of time, make connections, and complete analysis and speculation. Klein thought for a moment and said without presupposition, "There are only 3 possibilities. The first is that there's a powerful creature in the second epoch's real world, at least close to sequence 0. It was sealed at the bottom of the City of Miracles, Liveseed, by Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, behind his throne. However, I don't think this possibility is too high. This is because the ancient god created this book and stuffed it into Liveseed, simultaneously affecting the world in the book and the real world. He definitely has his own plans, and it's unlikely for him to leave an unstable factor there for long. Yes, we all know that we have to eliminate any accidents, much less an ancient god." Audrey nodded slightly and seriously began a discussion with the world. At this moment Leonard scoffed. "Perhaps the ancient god, the Dragon of Imagination, has already seen certain scenes in the distant future and believes that the sealed thing will help him realize his plans to a certain extent? That's why I said it's unlikely, not impossible," Klein calmly replied. "The second possibility is that the sealed item is the key to Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt's plans. When this book meets 0-08, the seal will be removed, and that item will return to the real world, bringing about some sort of change. I believe that this might be the biggest possibility. Perhaps it also involved the true stance or intentions of the Dragon of Wisdom. Then what could it be? Mr. Fool once said that after Adam obtained 0-08, he would be closer to becoming a deity. As a result, the times would change. This means that Adam has already gathered all the ingredients for a visionary. All that's left is a ritual. I wonder if my understanding is correct?" Audrey gave her opinion. "I'm not sure either. I'll pray to Mr. Fool in the future to see if I can obtain a clearer revelation." Klein didn't make a definitive statement. "Unfortunately, Old Man is an angel from the 4th epoch. He doesn't have a deep understanding of the 2nd epoch. However, he isn't unfamiliar with Adam," Leonard said thoughtfully. "I'll try." He originally wanted to say that he would try to investigate, but when he realized that the 2 of them knew his secret, he gave up struggling and directly said, "Try asking Old Man." "Sorry for troubling you," Audrey sincerely thanked him. From her point of view, this was a matter of the spectator pathway. The one who was most concerned about it was undoubtedly herself. Others were more likely to provide help. Following that, she took the initiative to say, "The third possibility is that what's sealed there is an item or monster from the world in the book. Yes, it might be closely related to the world in the book. Destroying it will cause the world in the book to collapse. Therefore, the ancient god, Ankwelt, can only be sealed," Klein gave his guess. Audrey pondered for a moment before saying, "Yes. Regarding this possibility, I have an idea." Seeing that Mr. World and Mr. Star had cast their gazes over and were waiting for an answer, she slowed down. "I'm considering it from a psychological point of view. Since the world in the book was imagined by Ankwelt, the sea of collective subconscious there must have been caused by him. There are imprints of his psyche, emotions, and feelings. Perhaps the City of Miracles, Liveseed, sealed the most extreme of these things. It's some shadow in the Dragon of Imagination's heart, some fear, or some extremely terrifying thing's imprint in his consciousness. As long as he hasn't truly defeated them and hasn't eradicated them in reality, the world in the book's collective subconscious can't be destroyed. He can only seal them. If we ignore them, they will gradually contaminate that sea, causing the development of history to deviate from its predetermined trajectory." Leonard was even more focused than when he participated in the internal meetings of the Nighthawks or even the Red Glove. After listening, he couldn't help but mention, As an ancient god that rules over the sky and the mind, what can leave an indelible shadow in him, and produce such intense fear? I don't know. Audrey shook her head frankly. If we analyze it purely from a psychological point of view, since it's sealed beneath the throne, at the bottom of the City of Miracles, and there's a passageway that extends all the way down, it means that the source of the shadow and fear might have come from underground. Therefore, the dragon of imagination would seal it, no, block it underground. Otherwise, why wouldn't it be beside the throne, deep in the hall, in a special prison, or somewhere else? Upon hearing Miss Justice's words, Klein immediately thought of the magician's and judgment's encounter. According to the information provided by the Sanguine, they discovered an ancient castle of indeterminate age. At the bottom of the ancient castle, there was a bronze door. It seemed to seal something terrifying from underground. Once one approached the door or stayed too long around it, they would be corrupted and die a tragic death. It's an ancient castle that was built to defend something. It was originally guarded by humans from an unknown era. After the Sanguine discovered this place, no one dared to enter it. Back then, I thought that it might be related to devils, and only demigods or above have the right to explore it. Could this be related to the seal of the City of Miracles, Liveseed? Klein's thoughts quickly unfolded, and he quickly found a similar piece of information in his memory. On the way to the ruins of the Battle of Gods on Catlia's Future, he had encountered a so-called deep-sea well. Back then, the Future's bosun, Nina, dove to the bottom of the sea and did a survey. She said that it wasn't a gigantic well at all, but a dark, bottomless, narrow well that even a human child couldn't enter. Its inner walls had strange honeycomb-like corrosion marks, and there were collapsed steel buildings around it. In a certain sense, this is also a passageway that goes deep underground. Klein looked around and deliberated. Do you remember something that Miss Magicians mentioned? In the underground of the abandoned castle in Delaire Forest, there is a door sealed with a powerful fallen power. All right. Audrey recalled the past. Could it be that in the early Second Epoch, in ancient times, the Beyonder creatures had a common, terrifying enemy that came from underground? Perhaps. Klein could not give a definite answer, so he took the opportunity to add, it could also be like what many doomsday prophecies say, that danger comes from the stars. Audrey and Leonard didn't know much about each other, so they couldn't discuss this in depth. Let's end it here for today. When we have a preliminary understanding of the situation, we will try to do the mural experiment again. Also, remember to keep it a secret. Klein glanced at Leonard and said, Yes, when we return, we'll immediately pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to witness our oath not to divulge each other's secrets. Audrey didn't object and even added, You're right. There are some things that I will first hypnotize myself here to forget so that I won't recall them often when I return. Chapter 1102. After Audrey and Leonard left the world above the gray fog, Klein didn't immediately return to the real world. He remained sitting on the high-backed chair belonging to the world and fell silent for more than 10 seconds. Then, he beckoned for an item. It was a heart the size of a child's fist, covered in grayish-white wrinkles. Manipulator Beyonder characteristic. With the Beyonder characteristic in hand, Klein stood up and walked out of the majestic palace. He went all the way into the depths of the mysterious space above the gray fog and arrived at the heavenly staircase of light. He walked up the staircase to the grayish-white cloud floating in midair and stood in front of the strange door of light and the hanging transparent cocoons. Klein raised his right hand and raised the manipulator Beyonder characteristic that resembled both a heart and a brain to his chest. He then extended his spirituality and attempted to activate it. He wanted to see if the people trapped in the cocoons still had a hidden consciousness, or if they had fused together to form a miniature sea of collective subconscious. If there was, he planned on relying on the manipulator Beyonder characteristic left behind by Vin Rambus to enter the consciousness domain and check the mental imprint. He wanted to figure out what the people hanging on the door of light had encountered before they transmigrated. He wanted to know if they had sensed anything during their long slumber. This was the inspiration Klein received from today's exploration. Of course, the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Vin Rambus might not be able to help Klein accomplish what he wanted to do. This was because it hadn't been made into a mystical item, making it difficult for it to be used effectively. In an instant, the heart, covered in grayish-white wrinkles in Klein's hand, began to beat slowly, producing thumping sounds. Klein then heard a synchronized heartbeat sound from the transparent cocoons. Ba-dump, ba-dump. This meant that the people inside were still alive, but they were in a state of slumber, and in Klein's vision, their bodies gradually evolved into islands with a clear top and a blurry bottom. This represented their consciousness domain. However, these mind islands were similarly bound in the transparent cocoons, isolating them from prying eyes from the outside world. Similarly, they could not settle and blend with each other to produce a sea of collective subconscious. Unless I destroy the cocoon, there's no way to bypass them and enter the corresponding mind world. Klein silently muttered to himself as he lowered his palm that held the manipulator Beyonder characteristic. After a few seconds, he let out a long sigh and turned to leave. In the Hall family's luxurious villa in Empressboro, Audrey, who was sleeping soundly under the silk blanket, suddenly opened her eyes. She then sat up, moved to the bedside, and piously prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to witness her oath of secrecy. After she was done with this matter, she took a pillow and put it behind her back. She recalled the experiences that she had yet to forget during this exploration. The history of ancient times is really interesting, but it's also inexplicably terrifying. Mr. Starr's performance is in line with my usual observations of him. He's rather undisciplined and casual. His thoughts easily spread out and are difficult to control. But at times, he appears to be experienced, sharp, and rather reliable. This isn't contradictory. Many people are such a combination. Mr. World is indeed a gentle person. He doesn't look expressionless, but he's always muttering in his heart. The conversation between him and Mr. Starr can be made into a play. It's said that he's a crazy adventurer. When he sees a target, he doesn't consider the danger. He doesn't care about the environment and will directly draw his gun and shoot. At the final moment, I thought that he would attempt to approach the bronze door, but in the end he escaped. No, he escapes so decisively. As Audrey thought of this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Then, she made a conclusion. Facts have proven that in the mysterious world, unless one has completely lost their rationality or given up on thinking, there won't be any Beyonders who truly act crazily. Being careful, not looking at things you shouldn't see, and not listening to things you shouldn't listen to are the main themes here. Audrey, you have to keep this in mind. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard returned to his body. He quickly thought of a way to communicate with Pallas Zoros. Then, he pretended as though nothing had happened and said in a deep voice, "Old man, I have something to ask you." In his mind, Pallas' slightly aged voice immediately laughed. "You have to remember this. The more you ask, the more likely I'll be able to guess what you did tonight. It's not something that needs to be kept a secret," Leonard habitually replied before getting to the point. "Old man, what do you know about Brother Amon?" "That depends on what you want to know." Pallas Zoros threw the question back to Leonard. Leonard thought for a moment. After Brother Amon obtained 0-08, is he only one ritual away from becoming a god? That should be the case. Pallas didn't give a definite answer. Leonard wasn't too satisfied with this answer. "I remember you once mentioning that in the early days of the Solomon Empire, the 2 kings of angels, Medici and Ouroboros, were rather afraid of the Amon brothers. This means that they are really very close to the divine throne." This was something that Pallas had occasionally mentioned in their previous exchanges. This time, Leonard had also received confirmation from some of Mobit's answers. I only said the first half. I didn't tell you that Ammon and Adam were already very close to becoming gods at that time. Pallas denied Leonard's statement. There are too many possibilities that make Medici and Ouroboros afraid. It's not just that he's very close to the godhood. We can't make a firm judgment just because of that. This sequence, one angel cleared his throat and continued, being very close to the godhood is one of the possible reasons. Being very close to becoming a god is one of the possible reasons. Adam and Ammon's unique authorities and how difficult they are to deal with are also possible reasons. Just like Adam, you never know if he is sitting right next to you. You don't know if he is planning what you do. You don't know if you'll voluntarily walk into his trap. I'm talking about you, not me. Of course, I also have to be on guard against these things. If I'm not careful enough, it'll be very easy for me to suffer. As for Ammon, he has all sorts of ideas and has a practical spirit. It makes it impossible for others to guess his goal, making it difficult to guard against him. Furthermore, he is very good at deception. There's always a conspiracy behind him. In that era, apart from true deities, no one was unafraid of him. Even true deities had to be wary of him. Otherwise, it's unknown when he would steal some of their authorities. Leonard nodded indiscernibly and diverted the topic in another direction. Old man, do you think the spectator pathway has any secrets? There shouldn't be any secrets for those below Angel. As for those above, I'm not sure, Pallas Zoros said after a few seconds of thought. Without waiting for Leonard's response, he added with some hesitation, I heard from Medici before. He said that high-ranking Beyonders of the spectator pathway are the least likely to lose control and go crazy, but they are also the most likely to lose control and go crazy. Why? Leonard asked in surprise. Pallas Zoros scoffed and said, I have some guesses, but I lack evidence and logic. I don't wish to tell you for now. Pallas Zoros scoffed and said, I have some guesses, but I lack evidence and logic. I don't wish to tell you for now. You actually don't have any thoughts or guesses, right? Leonard mumbled out of habit and on purpose. Don't play such tricks in front of me. The slightly aged voice wasn't affected at all. Leonard didn't dare to ask further as he deliberated for a moment. Old man, I went to a real dream this time. There were quite a number of spiritual remnants of ancient figures. Do you know a viscount named Mobit Zoroast? Mobit. Pallas Zorost's voice suddenly aged a lot before it returned to normal. He's a direct descendant of mine. He went missing after a large-scale war. I originally believed that he had been killed by Ammon or Jacob in passing, so I couldn't divine the murderer. Now, from the looks of it, things aren't that simple. Indeed. Leonard gave an affirmative answer. Then, he diluted the surface and said, He's been dead for a period of time. All that's left of him is some spiritual remnant. In that real dream, he became husband and wife with an elven singer. Pallas quietly listened and fell silent for a moment. That's good too. Leonard originally wanted to say that Mobit would also call him old man, but he suddenly couldn't bring himself to say it. All he could do was end the topic there. After witnessing Leonard and Audrey's vows, Klein returned to the real world. He tidied up the altar in the room, took out a pen and paper, and drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of peeping and concealment. He wanted to summon a Rhodes and ask it how it had confirmed that Roselle's travels had appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the full-body mirror in the room glowed faintly, as if there were waves of water rippling inside. In the dim light, silver words popped up one after another. Exalted, great, benevolent master, your insignificant and loyal servant, a Rhodes, has come to answer your summons. Do you have any orders for me? A few questions. After Klein answered, he was not in a hurry to ask about Roselle's travels. He planned to start with a less sensitive topic. He thought for a moment. Rhodes, there's an abandoned ancient castle in Drake Forest. Deep in it is a bronze door. It seems to be sealing some power that comes from underground. Do you know what it is? Just as Klein finished his sentence, the faint glow on the full-body mirror's surface suddenly extinguished, turning pitch black. Above the pitch-black darkness, pale words appeared one after another with the feeling of liquid sliding down. I come from underground, P.S. Thank you, Mr. Wong, for donning a diving suit and tipping a Silver Alliance member. Chapter 1103. I come from underground. Upon seeing the ghastly white words appear on the full-body mirror, Klein felt a chill run down his back. His pupils dilated as he instinctively wanted to switch places with the marionette next door. And in the room where his valet was, Enuni, who was lying silently, had already opened his eyes. The corresponding spot in his stomach swelled up before shrinking back. It was as though there was a second heart growing there, one that beat extremely slowly. At the same time, the scene that Rhodes had presented when answering him, about his origins, flashed across Klein's mind. Large amounts of black, sticky liquid surged out of the holes in the ground. They twisted and expanded, growing out hands and feet of varying numbers, turning into monsters. During this process, a point of light was spewed out along with the black liquid and landed on a rock. It fused with the rock and turned into a silver mirror with ancient patterns with black gems on both sides. It was Rhodes's true body. It really came from underground. Furthermore, this underground is the same as the underground sealed by the bronze door in the abandoned castle. I actually didn't make the connection before. There's nothing I can do about it. There are too many things that involve the underground. Most of them don't have any special meaning, just like coal. Yes, before today, I didn't believe that there was anything special about involving the underground. Klein controlled the urges in his heart and ignored the horror of Rhodes's answer. Without any change in expression, he said, "What's the exact situation?" The ghastly white words squirmed and changed, giving him a baffling feeling as though he was about to cry. "Great Master, I'm not sure about the exact details either. I only gained true consciousness when I came to the surface and became a mirror. I don't have any memories of the past. By the way, there's something that might be related. Do you want to hear it?" Seeing that Rhodes's attitude was fine, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The color of the words on the full-body mirror's surface recovered a little, turning rather white. "Didn't I say it before? I see a pillar of support and dominance from you. And apart from being able to hear a strange calling, I also have a similar feeling towards the underground. This makes me feel warm, making me wish to return and submit. Teach this might be the reason why I became your servant." "What? The things underground give off a similar feeling to the gray fog? They both involve a pillar of support and dominance?" Upon seeing Rhodes's answer, Klein jumped in fright once again. If it wasn't for his clown powers, he might have lost his composure. At this moment, he inexplicably thought of a joke he had seen in his previous life and transplanted it to himself. What? The thing that the ancient gods feared came from underground? What? Rhodes also came from underground? What? I'm from the underground too? This is simply funny and terrifying. No, this might not be a joke. The original owner of the mysterious space above the gray fog, the creator of the strange door of light, and the existence that pulled the transmigrators here, might be from the underground, or might be inextricably linked to the things underground. Thoughts raced through Klein's mind as he thought of many things. When the indescribable shadow loomed over him, he smiled slightly and mocked himself in his heart. In any case, there are new clues and directions for the gray fog's transmigration investigation. Klein composed himself and deliberated before asking, "What's the matter? What do the major churches and secret organizations know about the underground things that must be sealed and isolated?" On the full-body mirror, the white words turned back to silver. "There's basically no knowledge. It seems to have been hidden by some power." "Isn't that a secret?" Klein's brows twitched slightly, but he ultimately didn't say a word. The silver words on the mirror continued to appear. However, there are still some legends that exist in a number of secret organizations. In those legends, the underground is described as the lair of devils and evil spirits. It's the source of the corruption of the human heart, the primordial sin and evil. The first one is wrong. The underground things that need to be sealed probably have nothing to do with devils and evil spirits. Legends are actually similar to mysticism symbols. Don't look at what it says. Strip away the exterior and understand what it symbolizes. It symbolizes the fear of the underground, from the body to the soul, from consciousness to emotions. Klein's thoughts raced as he nodded slightly. It's your turn to ask a question. Great Master, your loyal servant, Rhodes, has a tiny suggestion. Would you like to hear it? On the full-body mirror's surface, silver words appeared one after another. Klein could vaguely guess what kind of suggestion Rhodes was going to give. Before you return to your divine throne, try not to investigate matters related to the underground seal. The silver words quickly squirmed and formed a new sentence. Indeed. Klein sighed and calmly said, Next question. Next question. How did you confirm that Grozel's travels appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed? The words on the mirror's surface quickly distorted and crumpled into a ball before quickly dispersing. It's a revelation and information obtained from the spirit world. As the source was a subsidiary god of the dragons back then, the Dragon of Wisdom, your loyal servant believes that it can be confirmed. Great Master, is there a problem? How direct? After sighing, Klein instantly thought of how the Dragon of Wisdom, Harabergen, had likely entered the world in the book and approached the bronze door behind the ancient god's throne. Furthermore, he might have a deep understanding of the underground seal due to his omniscience. He also felt that the ancient dragon seemed to have a deeper meaning in Rozel's travels. He could vaguely grasp something, but he couldn't put it into words. He couldn't truly grasp it. No, Klein answered Rhodes's question. Then, he asked a tentative question. Why didn't you mention the Dragon of Wisdom's true name? Because I don't dare to directly reveal the true name of a deity. Rhodes used a tactful method to give a definite answer. Klein nodded and did not ask any further questions. It's your turn. Great Master, do you have any more questions? The silver words quickly rearranged themselves on the slightly dark surface of the mirror. No, let's call it a day. Klein shook his head. After saying that, he recalled what happened last time and added, No, I'll summon you again. When there are new questions, I'll summon you again. The full-body mirror lit up as the silver words shimmered. Yes, Master. Your loyal and determined servant, Rhodes, awaits your next summoning at any time. This time, it wasn't a simple drawing, but a cat's paw with a white background and a red heart. There's something new every time. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the full-body mirror in the bedroom return to normal. He stood in the darkness, bathed in the crimson moonlight that shone through the curtains. He stood there quietly for a while before returning to bed and using cogitation to quickly fall asleep. The next morning, on a Monday morning, Klein woke up 15 minutes earlier than usual. He brought his valet, Anuni, down to the first floor and said to butler Walter, I had a nightmare last night. I want to go to church before breakfast. Although butler Walter was surprised, he wasn't too surprised. After all, as long as the cathedral was open, there would be people going at any time. He quickly arranged for a carriage to send Don Dantes to the door. When Klein arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral, the door wasn't open yet. He waited until 8 before following the first batch of believers into the hall. He found a seat in the first few rows and sat down. Facing the dark sacred emblem, he closed his eyes and focused on chanting the goddess's honorific name in ancient Hermes in the serene atmosphere. The Evernight goddess who is loftier than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the empress of misfortune and horror, the mistress of repose and silence. After chanting the honorific name, he switched to normal Ruan and said almost silently, "There's an ancient castle in the middle of Delaire Forest. There is an ancient castle in the middle of Delaire Forest. There is an ancient bronze gate in the depths of the castle. It is sealing a powerful fallen power. How should I eliminate the hidden problem there?" Klein wasn't testing the deities, but reporting it openly. As for what the church's reaction would be, and what he could glean from their actions, that was another matter. After repeating it 7 times, he began to pray seriously. Time ticked by. In the dark, quiet, and peaceful cathedral, Klein stood up and walked out of St. Samuel Cathedral with his valet, Anuni. During this process, he didn't receive any revelations, nor did he see the Evernight Cloister's matron, Ariana. This feedback itself also indicated an attitude. That was, he hadn't reached the level of understanding the underground seal. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom apartment. Furs pulled up the blanket and covered her head. She hated the curtains here because they were too thin and transparent. They couldn't block out the morning light, and this would seriously affect the quality of her sleep. "I have to change it. No, I might have to move again soon." Just as Furz's thoughts were wandering, she heard the sound of the bedroom door opening and Zio's familiar footsteps. With a whoosh, her blanket disappeared and a letter landed on her. "Your letter. It's from Pritz Harbor," Zio reminded her. Teacher's reply. Furz suddenly sat up, tore open the letter, and quickly scanned it. After a moment of silence, she said, "I have to go out. I have to go out. My teacher has already arrived in Backlund. This letter should have arrived 2 days ago." The letter was dated and addressed. "The mailman here isn't that responsible." Zio glanced at her friend and said, "Is there still time?" "Thankfully, teacher said he would wait for me for 3 days." Furz hurriedly got out of bed and began changing her clothes. She had a feeling that she would be able to gain a deeper understanding of the House of Abraham and obtain the Traveler's Potion formula and certain Beyonder ingredients.